Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey Dreamcatcher, how are you? Trying to get these fans cut off real quick. Hey Jolie, how are you? Hey Lady V, how are you tonight? And mods, I still have not sent that email out. I had absolutely no time yesterday to send it. And the night before that, whenever I was done with the lab, I went straight to bed. So I'm going to try to get it out to y'all tonight. Jeremy, how are you? Unseen Thinkers, how are you? Julie, I'm doing good, thank you. All right, so emails pinned to the top of the chat. If anyone needs to get in touch with me, send me anything. And if y'all do send something to me, if y'all could just put your YouTube name in there so I know who it's coming from. Jeremy, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey, sweet Melissa. So I missed you last night. Hope you had a good evening, Melissa. I missed all of you as well. And the evening wasn't that bad. We had something that came up yesterday that we had to take care of, and that was the reason why I didn't go live last night. Oh, Lady V, you still have no air. Oh my gosh. Hopefully you can get it fixed in the next couple of days. Betty Joe, how are you? Just Dawn, how are you? And it was like 93 today. Still hot. I mean, the temperature said 93, but you really couldn't tell that it cooled down any. Hey, Freya. Fell asleep 2 nights ago, woke up at 2:30 and wondered where everyone went. So that was Sally Mae. That would have been the last time I went live. I think I was live until 5 o'clock my time, I believe. 4 o'clock my time, I think. Let's see, 4:30 your time, 5:30 my time. Hey, Lori P, how are you? Yeah, I want to say it. So Betty Joe, it was 4:30 when I ended that night, or well, that morning actually. Stayed on that morning longer than what I usually do. Maybe I woke up because you were saying goodnight and then you were gone. Sally Mae, that's okay. Usually I don't stay on that long, but we were having a good conversation that night. I think Brad had came up on panel. Uh, I think around 45 minutes before I ended it. I believe that's who it was anyway. Let's see, which I don't mind because I'm up anyways because my granddaughter thinks it's party time and she don't go to sleep about 3 to 4 in the morning. Betty Joe, how old is your granddaughter? Okay, Brad, you doing all right tonight? Oh, so Betty Joe, she's right at that party age then. She wants to sit up all night and party and then sleep all day. And just Dan, we have had some good panels lately. You're right. People's been coming up, been respectful, uh, staying on topic for the most part, and just having good conversation about this case. Sleep about 4 in the morning and sleep till about. Hey Tara, how are you? Just the facts. How are you? Yep, that's what I usually do too. I usually sleep till about 3, and I have to get up. Tara, yes, I'm doing good. Thank you. Hey Stevie, how are you? Avery, how are you? Lady V, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing good.
I'm hot.
I know. I feel so bad for y'all.
Oh, it's been bad.
Hopefully, y'all will get it fixed here soon. I know it's got to be
Yeah,
miserable.
yeah. I mean, even trying to sleep has been terrible.
Right.
The past,
Mariah, how are you?
I was glad I saw today you didn't go on last night. I was like, oh, good, because I just like finally just passed out. I was like, I'm done.
Yeah, we had some stuff that came up yesterday. Well, technically, the stuff that came up yesterday is that Troll had like 10 bushels of peas that had to be shelled.
Oh
And
my
we,
goodness, in there.
yeah, and so we had to get them shelled. So I started at 2 o'clock yesterday and I finished at 6 o'clock this morning.
Oh, I believe it. I've been there myself. My grandpa used
So
to grow them.
so we had to get them done. So I was like, I can help you, but I can't go live. And he was like, okay, that's good. Just get over here and
Help!
start helping me.
Who's the help? Help me!
Tech Death, how are you? Hey, Billy, how are you? Let's see. Brad, how are you? Let's see. It was me. Sorry to hear. No, Brad, you're good. Yeah, and it was a really good conversation the other night.
I thought so. I enjoyed listening to him.
Yep. Princess
Yeah,
Megan, how are you? Oh, Dreamcatcher, I hate it. But it had to be done. And so we just sit up, watch TV, and chill peace.
Well, if you don't have anything else to do, it's actually kind of fun. I always thought snapping
Oh,
games.
I hate it. I used to have to do it when I was younger, and
Yep.
I always hated it. And I still hate it.
You like them though, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's worth it.
Yeah, that is true. Hey, Tracy, how are you? Brooklyn, how are you? Let's see, I have a question. I heard earlier in another chat that two autopsies were done on Ethan. Does anybody know about that? Avery, hold on. Let me go to me just a second because I got to pull up the PCA. I have not seen any proof where there has been two um, autopsies done, but in the PCA, it says when it's talking about Xana and Ethan being in Xana's room, it says where it says also in the room was a male later identified as Ethan Chapin. Here in Chapin, Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined. And then it has autopsy report provided by Spokane County Medical Examiner. That person's name is redacted, dated December the 15th, 2022, to be caused by sharp force injuries. I don't know if that's what they're saying
Why
is a
would
second
the
autopsy. What is it, Lady B?
why would the medical examiner's name be redacted?
I mean, I don't know
Isn't
because
that weird?
you can look at Spokane County
Yeah,
Medical Examiner and
I'm
get their
sorry.
name.
That just hit me like, why?
Hey, H Town, how are you? But it does say it's dated December the 15th. The autopsy report, the autopsies were done November the 17th. So if it was, that would have been right at a month, that autopsy report, a month after. Usually it takes them usually 6 to 8 weeks to get the reports out.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
That's
I don't know where this second autopsy is coming from. But I'm not gonna say that it's not true. I just myself, I have heard other people saying that there was a second one. Hey Gianna, but I have not seen the proof of it. And the way that they have that written there as it being from the Spokane County Medical Examiner, the report dated December the 15th, the way I'm reading it is that that was the day that the report came out.
yeah. I would read it that way myself.
Yeah, that's the way I'm reading it. Not that it being a separate um, autopsy or anything like that.
Hey, if you guys hear a steady clicking thing, that's my ceiling fan, and it's too hot to turn it on medium tonight. So I'm sorry. Forgive me ahead of time.
I don't even hear it.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I can't hear it. So you're good. The PC is really irritating because the evidence that's on it was just enough to arrest him. Betty Joe, yeah, a lot of people think that they put everything that they had in that PCA, and they didn't. And some of the wording on it, it's just like you said, irritating.
Yeah, it is. I was over on a channel just now that had drunk turkey on there, and they were talking about some stuff.
Mm-hmm. I still got to go watch their whole live about the 911 call. I haven't even had a chance to do that.
Oh, I haven't. So they've got the 911 call.
No, they haven't released it. He just spoke with Kaylee's mom about it,
Christy.
Yeah, and I've heard things about it that he had discussed, but I haven't got to go listen to it myself or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
Because, like I said, when we were doing all that last night, I told Troll, I was like, just find something else to watch
Yeah.
other than YouTube, and that's what we did.
Well, good. It's good to have a break.
Right. Let's see. I want to know about so much about Ethan's autopsy. Just and that is a good question. I don't know why they singled out his autopsy report in there. I don't know if it was just one that they grabbed and put in there, or if there's something significantly different um, about what was used or what it was. I don't know. I thought that was very interesting how they only put his report in there. Hey Roger, how are you?
Betty Joe, without being able to see, girl, you sure can type accurately. I can't even hardly do that, and I can halfway see.
Let's see, just on the timeline, just like the timeline. And my problem is I can't see the chat that good.
Well, I can see the chat, but no, and my air conditioner's still out. My fans are on, so if you hear any clicking, it's me. I'm sorry. I'm getting pretty tired of it.
Oh, she talks to text.
Oh, well, that makes sense. I wondered about that.
She literally make a playlist
It
overnight.
still does a good job. Mine doesn't translate that good.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people complain about the talk to text thing.
Oh, yeah.
Tara.
I was doing talks to text the other night with Shay Benet, and it sent her translated it to Dutch for her.
Oh wow.
Yeah, she got my Dutch version. I was like, wait, wrong one.
Yeah, there's been a couple of people in here that has complained about the talk to text whenever they're in the chat. Mandy Joe, how are you? But yeah, maybe when this goes to trial, um, we'll get to find out why they're singling out Ethan's autopsy report.
Yeah, we'll find out a lot of things, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Now, I don't know. Do you want me to mention anything about what I heard over there?
Put it in the back chat so I can see what you're talking about first. Hey King Scarlet, how are you? Summer, how are you?
Sorry, trying to get a hold of the pen.
Okay, you're good. Hey Alyssa, how are you? Carrie, how are you tonight?
Okay, there you go.
Oh yeah, I did hear about that. Yeah,
Well,
you can talk about that because I was even gonna
no, you go ahead.
um about Ethan blocking the door. And I was watching, what day did I watch her video? It might have been yesterday. Jules of All Trade had come out with a video and she was talking, and I don't know if that's the same video you're talking about you had seen.
No.
Okay. And she was talking about it, that when apparently, and like I said, I haven't got to hear all of Drunk Turkey's, I haven't got to hear their video of what they're talking about with talking to Christy about the 911 call. But apparently, I guess Dylan and Bethany tried to open Xana's door and they couldn't. because Ethan was blocking the door. So they called Hunter over there, Hunter Johnson,
Right.
and Hunter had to push the door open and, hey, KDP, how are you? And move Ethan's body.
Do you know
Now,
what time that supposedly was?
do I know what?
Do you know what time that allegedly was?
I mean, I would say the way it was told, if he got there and then finally got the door moving, hey Tonka, and got it open to where he could see in there, and then he told him to call 911. I would say he probably got there like at 11:30. 911 was called at 11:58.
Okay, so it wasn't in the 8 hours. I was wondering if you
No,
had something for the 8 hours.
unless it was before. I mean, and it very well could have been before 11:30, and it just might have took him a while, because if you think about it, what we've seen, just by, if we go off of the virtual tour that they have
Right.
of the house, if where they have the Xana's bed at in that virtual tour, it's not a very big spot between the foot of Xana's bed and her door, so that would be a very small spot in there for Ethan to be. Hey, Sunflower Dragon.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's what I'm understanding, though, as being said. But the point that was being made was that, how did he um how did he get behind the door to where it can't be open and the person walk out of the door? You see what I'm saying? Like, how would,
No, that was my thoughts completely. I'm like, okay, how does that happen?
and once again, I don't know how accurate this is. Okay. And hey, Liza, Paula, how are you? I don't know how accurate this is. I don't know if any of this or all of this is the truth or anything, like, of what's being said, because this, from my understanding, this is what uh, Hunter Johnson told Kaylee's mom. Now, Kaylee's mom could be going off of what Hunter told her. Hunter could be going off of what Dylan and or Bethany told him of what happened before he got there. So we don't. I don't know if it's 100% truth or not. Hey, sunset gazing. But if he is, or I'm sorry, if Ethan was blocking that door and they had to push that door, and, I'm trying not to be
Okay,
graphic,
so
but,
here's a thing.
and I'm gonna throw a trigger warning up in here too. So,
Yeah, here's an idea. What if, because I've always believed it was Kaylee that was the target, to be honest with you, or
mhm.
both of the girls, one of the two. But I thought those two were the targets. And what if, so he comes downstairs, Xana is getting her food or taking it back or whatever, and he attacks Xana, and then he has a fight on his hands with Ethan. Ethan's the one that said, and I'm not trying to steal somebody else's idea. I'm just posing it because I thought it was a good idea. Um, so forgive me, Shay Benet. But what if he got up and he was fighting with the person, and then the door gets shut, or maybe Ethan even shuts the door and then falls right there, because we always thought it was fast, but if he's in front of that door, it kind of sounds like he may have went over there, tried to protect Xana, and collapsed to me.
And I even crossed my mind, and I just seen somebody else say this in chat. Hey, Dennis, how are you? Elias, how are you? What if that was Ethan that was telling Xana,
Right.
I'm here to help you,
I'm here to help. Yeah.
and he could have crawled over or whatever it was, trying to get to Xana, and he shut the door.
Yeah, trying to protect her with his last
Right.
breath, basically.
And it was being brought up that if, because I mean, what other way would Ethan have gotten behind the door, behind a closed door? Because I mean, if Ethan's up against the door while the person who did this is still in the bedroom, they can't leave out of the bedroom door.
Right.
So if it is
That window
100%
was not open.
right, so if it's 100% true, and it was, was there a chance that if 911 would have been called earlier? Could someone have been saved?
Yeah,
If that is true. H Town Finest, we don't know if that's true or not. That was a rumor that was put out in the very beginning.
But then if they open the door and so the police report says they see a body, which turned out to be Xana's
Mm-hmm.
on the floor. Maybe it was because when when Hunter opened that door, maybe he pushed Ethan partially out of the way, and Xana was the one there that could be seen, even if it was just like a second earlier because of her position. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
Yeah,
that's why they saw her first. I don't know. It's a mm, that's a sad one.
it's sad to think that, honestly,
It is.
that if
But
911 would have been called.
too, hearing about the type of person that Ethan is, I could totally see him do that with his,
Right.
with his last bit of strength trying to protect her. I can totally see that. It kind of makes sense if that is the case where he is.
Yeah.
I don't remember ever hearing before exactly where he was. Everybody else was described, but somebody said they said it in somewhere, but I don't remember hearing where he was. But then
No,
how do you
it
get all
only it
stuff?
only says that he's in the room, and that's it.
Right. So then how do you get all that red stuff running outside the room?
Only other thing I can think of, if it's all true, and he is on the floor also, the floor had to have been unlevel
Yeah,
in that
that
room.
could be. Or or the struggle could have started over there by the bed, and he fought his way up to Xana,
Hmm.
you know, and then shut the door.
Yeah, because it there was a picture of the beds coming out of the house,
Oh yeah, that was bad.
and yeah, I wish they wouldn't have posted those, honestly. But
Yeah,
hey,
I just
Autumn,
those were.
yeah, those were very bad. Um, Mountain Mama, how are you? I just seen somebody else come in too. Autumn, I said hi to you. Let me find who else was. Sleuthy, how are you? Caroline, how are you? JJ51, how are you? Just want to make sure I've said hi to
Lizzie,
everybody.
Lucy in here?
Yeah, she was in here. Well,
Yeah.
she was a second ago.
Oh, I
She's
just love to listen to her.
yeah, I was over in her chat a little while ago.
I just want to say, Sleuthy, you are loved, and don't listen to anybody else.
No, because that's a bunch of bullshit, y'all. I'm just gonna be straight up honest with y'all. The way people treat Sleepy is bullshit. Let's be real about it.
This
She's
is just
entitled to her opinion, just like everybody else is entitled to their opinion, and
yeah,
it's ridiculous.
that's been breaking my heart, and she kind of addressed it a little bit today. So I wanted so bad to say something out loud to her.
Well, I mean, people just act like that because someone doesn't agree with them, that that person's wrong, and that's just not how it is. Just because someone doesn't agree with you or they have a different theory or anything else does that mean that they're wrong and you're right. That's not how the world works.
No, and the facts will present themselves. We'll find out well, not everything, but we'll find out what was going on when the trial starts. We'll know who was right and who was wrong. But I don't even consider it a matter of who's right and wrong. To me, it's all speculating.
Exactly.
Unless you're throwing in a bunch of rumors and innuendos, then I have a little bit of problem.
I mean, it's just it. but just the way, I mean, her going into people's chats out and getting attacked, and then
Yeah,
the creator allowing it.
yeah, they
One
should.
thing I don't like that.
No,
Nobody should go into someone's chat and get attacked, and the creator allow it. That's
no,
completely
she
wrong.
shouldn't go into chat and get attacked anyway. We're all adults here, for God's sakes. Anyway, I love you, Sloopy, and I wanted to let you know we are behind you. I'm behind you.
Exactly.
I know Scarlett is too. I know
Well, for
Avery.
sure,
There's
because
a lot of respect for you in this chat.
it's ridiculous, is what it is.
It
See, I
is.
don't care who's right. You'd be a gross person to come back and say, "See, I was right, haha." That it's sleuthy. That is like third grade
My name
immaturity, right
is.
there. Seriously,
Oh my God, grow up, Eva.
that's exactly what it is. Is like third grade. That's a third grade mindset.
It really is. It really is. That's all I kept thinking today was, man,
I mean,
Annabelle.
if I'm wrong about something, I'll admit that I'm wrong about it. But if I'm not going to come out and be like, "See, I told you I was right."
Exactly. Unless it's my husband.
Well, yeah,
Then I
that's
might.
different. Yeah, that's different. But
Yeah.
see, I work with everybody, talk to everybody, share info with everybody, and tired of seeing people act like it's a competition, like I'm not even playing. No, that's just like people going into your chat, Sleuthy, and saying what they did, bringing my name up, which I have not
Oh,
caught up with that person, and they should not have done it. And it's
oh,
not a competition. It's not about being first, like you said. It's not about being right or wrong. It's about putting out the facts and going along with the facts, whether they're different from what a person believes what could have happened. The facts are the facts, no matter what a person believes.
okay, so a person that's reasonable enough to find out the facts and weed out the rumors and speculations as much as possible is more mature to me. And you need to be flexible if you're going to be in this community. You need to be flexible because there's so many things flying around. You don't know exactly what's true and what's not.
Mm-hmm.
And not having an open mind, where are you going to start learning from if you're not willing to open up your mind?
Right, and that's because there's so many small-minded people
Yeah.
in the world, and they have that one-track mind of like he's 100% guilty, but yet there's court documents coming out saying there's no victim DNA in his car.
Yeah.
So there's his DNA is on the sheet, and I'm not denying that it's not his DNA on the sheet or whatever. But I mean, what does he have? Some type of magic anti DNA deodorant or something that he sprayed in his car, and the kid's DNA just evaporated out of his car? I mean,
Well,
the attorneys, they can't make this stuff up and put it in court documents and present it before the court, and people act like they don't comprehend that.
right now, Daniel was saying, so I'm shouting out to Drunk Turkey. Daniel was saying today that what they teach, he was looking into the courses that uh, they have over at, oh my gosh, it went out of my head. The place he went before, the college. And what
The
they teach,
sales.
yeah, the sales.
Hmm.
And what they teach there basically is how not to leave DNA.
Hmm.
How to leave a crime scene with as little of exposure as possible, basically. And I'm not quoting him, but I had said from all along, remember, I had said that, this guy's been studying them for years upon years, and that might be why he was asking the questions he did of why did you get caught? How did you get caught? And all of that. He might have been researching all of it because he had in his mind he was going to do this one of these days. Because I firmly believe he didn't just crack. I firmly believe that he has been fantasizing for a long time.
Hmm.
I just always have from the very beginning.
Yeah, Jason. Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, I mean, anything at this point, I think is it's possible. You
Now,
know,
I'm sorry.
no, go
I,
ahead.
now, he also made a good point that okay, if you have, let's say you have a couple of people, right, and they know who that person is, or even if they don't, they might put unknown person or however they word that. I know it's not unsub, but however they word that, right?
Uh,
They put it in the document with that person. And if there is no, in this case, there hasn't been one other single name mentioned or even suggested that there was another person involved in this thing in all the paperwork we've
no,
listened to.
but you got three unidentified male DNA sources, but I still don't understand why was those people not checked into? And they, I mean, as of the 22nd, like I said, they hadn't been checked into because the state said on the 20, or yeah, the state on the 27th said that the defense has everything that the state has. Therefore, the state doesn't have anything on those unidentified male DNA sources either. So why not track them down just like they did Brian's? Why single out only one? That's I'm looking at that point of view as a parent and as a defense attorney, like, and possibly a defendant. Why are you not checking out everybody's DNA that you don't have, that you don't know who they belong to? You know what I'm saying? Like it
I
does,
agree. It doesn't make any sense
it makes absolutely no sense.
unless they have, and we just don't know that yet. But wouldn't don't they have to update their findings if they found that these other two DNAs were not involved at all?
Yeah, any that was also what the state said, that anytime that they get any information, then they would turn it over to the defense. Now, if they had it, or let's not had it, but if they had sent it off and they're trying to find out who these DNA profiles belong to, then why didn't they say, okay, well, no, we don't have that back, but we have sent it off and we're trying to find out who they are? I mean, they didn't even,
Right,
from what I remember, they didn't even argue it.
right.
Okay, Sally, may I slowed it down, honey? If you need it any slower, just let me know.
Hi, ladies.
Avery, how are you?
I'm good. I've been painting and listening to all the different channels. I was listening to Sleuthy earlier and then a little bit of Drunk Turkey talking. But so I have a question. If the autopsy reports have not been released, and say, for instance, that there is DNA found on the bodies of the victims or under their fingernails, if the autopsies haven't been released, would that have would that part have already been released in Discovery?
I mean, it's
Like just
been,
the part about like DNA.
I would think that the autopsy reports have already came back and that they would have already sent it over to the defense. I mean, it's going on 8 months since this happened. In just what, 2 weeks, it'll be 8 months since they did the autopsy. So it don't take that long to get the reports back.
Well, the Drunk Turkey dude was saying that Christy, Kaylee's mom, said that they hadn't even received copies of them, and so then somebody somewhere said that they hadn't been released yet. I don't know. It may have been Sloopy's. It may have been somebody in Sloopy's chat. Somebody said they hadn't been released yet.
Oh, that was in MJ's. I
Oh,
just
okay.
heard Daniel say that.
Okay. Daniel. Okay. Yeah. See, I've just been listening while I've been painting. But, and so I just got to thinking about it, well, maybe the autopsies hadn't been released, but but surely any DNA or anything like that would have been released by now, right?
I would think. Hey, Alter Soul, how are you?
Because that would be pretty major if it, it comes out that there's, say, Bryan, really did do this and his DNA is on their bodies.
Right. Let's see. It took forever in the Suzanne Morphew case. Like the defense played up other DNA found in her car at the preliminary hearing, but was total red herring. That was one case. I honestly, I don't even know what happened in
Which one?
The Suzanne Morphew case.
Yep, I don't know that one either.
Yeah, I never followed that one. AP, how are you? Hey, Oops, how are you?
Have
I
you ever?
actually think I just read something about Suzanne Morphew just the other day, and I don't really know the case very well, but I just caught a glimpse of something that's saying that they know where her body is, but they can't get to her. Like she's
I
like,
did see that. It's in a difficult spot or something like that.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I think they're working on it.
yeah. I've seen like what is posted on people's Twitter accounts and stuff like that about it, but I never did follow it. Hey, Rich.
Now, I did want to say while I'm up here,
Uh
I haven't seen anywhere. I haven't seen anybody say anything negative about Sleuthy Goosey, so I really don't know, much about like where that's coming from.
huh.
But it just really burns my britches because she's put so much work into those spreadsheets and timelines,
Right.
and we've all used them. I mean,
Exactly.
I think most of these people whoever they are, I guarantee you, they have them printed out just like I do.
Oh yeah, I'm sure
Yeah.
they
But
do.
nobody else has taken the time to do that. I would not be surprised if law enforcement prosecution doesn't have her spreadsheets printed out.
I wouldn't either. I honestly wouldn't, and I'm not just saying that, but I'd like to see. I don't. The only other piece person when it comes to Scarlet and Sleuthy and G, those are the ones that have everything in the face of the earth printed out.
I just feel like,
And their own speculations printed
yeah,
out so they can go by and have a guideline for you to look at what they think,
Mm-hmm.
Do these other people? No.
yeah. I mean, it just really makes me mad when you see, like some creators who really, really, really put a lot of work and effort into what they're presenting, and then you have other creators who they don't, they just
That
discuss
just
the stuff.
put out
Yeah, and then
misinformation and no facts and all that. Yeah.
exactly. And then how dare you go after the one who has put so much time and effort into it? It just doesn't make any damn sense. It really doesn't.
No, it
The
doesn't.
only thing I can think of is jealousy. You know,
That's what I said.
she's got a sharp mind. She thinks very, her thought processes are, they're a little more, what is the word I'm looking for? She's a little bit above everybody else. She kind of looks into things, you know,
Well, she thinks
differently.
out of the box.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. And I'm just assuming she must be in some type of law type profession because of the way she's able to, break down motions and stuff. Um, and yeah, I think it's just
Excuse
jealousy,
me.
and it just really lights my ass on fire.
Yeah, it does me too.
Yeah, I don't like it at all. I can tell you.
Hi,
Hey,
Stone
Stone
Pig.
Gator.
Hey,
How are you?
Hey, I was just thinking about you. You made it safely then?
yes, I'm here.
Yay.
Thank you for keeping me company at the airport.
Well, you're welcome. You should have texted me when you got there. I've been thinking about you all day.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
Hey, I,
I'll
I, I didn't get a thank you.
thank you. Avery talked to me all night last night. I was like, I think I'm gonna pass out.
I
I
did
checked
pass
on
that
her.
one.
I checked on her. She said her dog Penelope was screaming on the airplane and she was embarrassed.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
poor baby.
Yeah,
The
she
guy
was
next to me, the
she was
guy next to
supposed
me.
to
uh,
send me some messages on Twitter. I woke up
Oh, you're in
yesterday.
trouble.
I didn't have any letting me know that she made it okay or anything like that.
Mhm.
Oh,
You're in big trouble.
I
yep.
did send you a message last night, but it wasn't, hey, I'm back. It was, hey, are you going live? And then I'm like, Avery, you got to check her community wall because she usually puts it on there. So I went look and then I sent it to her and I was like, no, she's not going live. I did message you though.
Where'd you message me at? Oh well, yeah, that on Twitter, but it wasn't.
That's the only way I can message. Well, Facebook, but okay. Back to what y'all were talking about. I couldn't wait for you to go live because the things people were saying in that chat, the conspiracy theories people were saying in that chat, I was like, screenshot. Are you freaking kidding me, people? No wonder why things are the way it is around this case. All this is insane. I
Well, and
just
the thing, we don't have to argue and fight. We don't have to
Not
be split
ag-
just because we don't believe the same things.
agree to disagree. I
but
mean,
they
that's
were outrageous, like
I know.
literally
no.
outrageous.
They were. There was some of them that I seen in there that honestly was just downright disrespectful in her chat. Seriously,
Oh, that's terrible. I didn't get to watch all
because
of it.
I mean, just like I said, agree to disagree. Just because, let's say, if I agree on something, and let's just say I'm saying Brian Kohberger is 100% guilty. Sleuthy is saying, no, he's not guilty. And then you have Stonegater saying, well, I don't know. I need to see more facts. Okay. Just
Right.
because each one of us have a different opinion doesn't mean that one of us is right or two of us is right and the other one's wrong or vice versa, however you want to put it. It just means we all have a different opinion and we all agree to disagree.
Well,
Exactly.
that's exactly what investigators do when they're working a case. They sit around a table, they all express their own opinions, and
Exactly.
they take each one of their opinions, and discuss it, and that's how they solve a case. So having opposite opinions, it's not supposed to be a fight, it's supposed to be a collaboration of figuring out what really happened.
Exactly.
But you can't.
And just let me clarify real quick though, just because I just use that as an example does not mean that me, Sleuthy, or Stonegater have those that is our thoughts. I was only using it as an example. So
Yeah,
make sure
hypothetically.
let me make sure I put that out there.
I'm gonna go
Yeah,
get some
because
coffee. I'll be back.
I believe I heard Sloopy even say, I don't know if he's guilty or not. I'm waiting for facts. I'm waiting for more information.
Right.
And yeah, so I'm just like, well, why, I don't know. I don't understand it. I really don't. I value other people's opinions, even if they're different from mine when it comes to cases,
I
because it
mean,
makes me think
I do
differently.
too, but don't be disrespectful and put outlandish stuff out there in a chat with 1,000 people talking their opinions and
Yeah.
listening to other people's opinions to make their own, opinion. And when you put outrageous stuff out there, it goes so fast. One person can see that and then go to the next channel, and then that's how shit gets totally out of hand.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
And
Hey,
it's
Gina
just
Marie.
it's
Yep.
just not cool in a chat of 1,000 people for even if they're trolling or being disrespectful or what, it still just
Right.
takes one person to have it fly across YouTube and then
Yeah.
everybody's taking off with it.
And honestly, you'll have people who really don't give two shits about it. They'll just make a comment just because they want to see, the fallout because that's entertaining to them.
Yeah.
Yep.
People get off on drama.
They
That's
do. Yes.
and if they think that they can go in one chat and cause drama and cause people to believe because there are some people out there, y'all, and it's sad, but they will believe anything that they hear. No matter who it comes from, they will believe it. Instead
Yeah.
of going and doing their own research or whatever, they will just believe what they hear. And then they'll go tell this person. And they'll say, well, how do you, somebody can say, well, how do you know that? Well, I heard it on such and such news, or I
Mhm.
heard Nancy Grace say it, or I heard this one say it. It's
Yeah.
like the news can't lie.
It
Oh,
just
no.
What
reminds me of high school, to be honest with you.
Right.
Hey, I'm gonna be. Oh, hey, Big Al. I was thinking about you the other day because I hadn't seen you. But I'm gonna drop down. I need to finish my intro real quick, and
Okay.
then I will be right back up.
Okay.
Bye.
She just made that short and sweet, didn't she?
I'm telling you.
Hi,
I
Big
put on deodorant. What the hell happened?
Hi, Big Al.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Oh, it's been a crazy weekend.
It's been a tired weekend.
Yeah, I'm tired too. I have no idea what's going on because I have literally been working since 5 o'clock Friday morning.
Nothing really. I mean, well, I didn't go live last night. I don't think anything really happened. Just other than the crazy YouTube stuff.
I heard some rumor that Sleuthy was really Nancy Grace. I don't know. Just
Oh
I'm
my
just
God.
throwing that out there. It was a quick little blurb. I'm not really sure.
I mean, honestly, that's kind of insulting Sleepy though.
Yeah,
Seriously.
trust me, I was kidding. You know, I'm not going to insult her.
I like Nancy and I like Banfield. I think I'm like the only person that I like both of them.
Mansfield. I like Nancy Grace.
You never know what you're going to hear on some of these. I listened to something the other night when I had to take a drive and somebody was live and I didn't literally make it 5 minutes. I don't even know whose live it was. I was just listening in the car and I'm like, okay, that's enough.
I used to like Nancy Grace. Okay, y'all know that. I have said it. I've played some of her stuff on here. But the other night, she got on there and she got to saying stuff, and she put out blatant lies.
Yeah, she did
on her thing that she did just the other night. Complete lies.
Yeah, because I
That's
asked you about it. She said that Ellie had the receipt for the night.
Yeah, that was the last thing I heard about before I went to bed the last time I was with you guys. Was that there was a receipt?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, she just come out, and I even the other day though somebody else said it. Who was it said it? I wrote Sleuthy. I wrote her on Twitter. I was like, I got a question. Like, is there a receipt for this knife and this sheath from Amazon proving that Bryan bought it? Because if there is, I haven't seen it, and like there's people saying that it's out there. And she was like, no, it's all that's fake. There's not one.
No, I did. Sorry, lady.
I was just going to say that I was upset about that.
Oh, and she said that Bryan's DNA was found on the knife.
Yes.
Oh.
She did?
Yes, on her thing the other night.
Oh, for fuck's sake, she did really?
Yes. Yeah. She came out and she straight up said that Bryan's and also that when she was explaining about them getting his DNA and how they got it and blah 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 and all this and that, she said that they followed him. They found out that he was going to be leaving, going to Pennsylvania for Thanksgiving holidays, and that's why they went out there and got his dad's DNA and followed him out there and all this and that. He didn't even go for Thanksgiving break. He went for Christmas break. He stayed in Washington for Thanksgiving break.
Yeah, he did. That's
it was like one of those things. Have y'all ever watched something on TV, and every time somebody says something stupid or tells a lie, you just like hit your forehead with your palm?
Yeah.
It was one of those nights.
It was.
You know, I wanted to mention something to you guys though, because this has been bothering me all day. Bryan, he registered his white Elantra in Washington after the killing. Is that correct?
November the 18th is when he switched the plates from Pennsylvania to Washington.
And the killing was on the 13th?
Yes.
But see, this has been bothering me all day. Like, why? If he was trying not to get caught, why would he? Well, maybe. Okay, wait.
The reason why he had to switch it is because his birthday was on the 21st. The plates and the registration, from what I've been told, was supposed to run out, I believe, November the 30th. And instead of him just waiting and driving across country in December with an expired plate in registration and just getting it changed like getting it updated or whatever in Pennsylvania. He just got it switched over in Washington instead of having to drive with expired plates and all that.
Okay,
Was
wait a
that-
minute.
but was that-
Sleuthy, you're from PA, right? You got to tell me, can you renew your vehicle tabs through the mail in PA?
We
Because you
can't.
can in
hear.
Minnesota.
We can't
But-
hear.
I think the vehicle is registered in its mom's name, isn't it?
That's what I'd always thought, to be
But
honest.
okay, so was that now when he changed the plates, was that before or after law enforcement announced that they were looking for a white Elantra?
After. What? Because it was.
Wait,
After?
what day? Hold on, let me think. What day did they ask about? It was a shit. What day did they ask? It was a 20-something when they put the bolo out about the white car. Hey, Winter, how are you?
Okay, so then he did it before they announced that. Okay, that's just been bugging me all day long.
It seemed to me like he did it right after the event.
Sudie, I love you too, honey.
I just don't buy the idea that he changed the plates over just because he had to get registration. You can do that.
Oh yeah,
I'm
I think
fairly certain that nowadays with COVID, you can do that through the mail.
Yeah, because when they just send the sticker and the new registration,
It is not cheap to change your plates to another state.
I wouldn't think so.
It's not.
See, if he did that after they announced that they were looking for a white Elantra, and then he went and changed his plates to Washington, that I would have a lot of questions then, because that wouldn't make any sense on his part.
Melissa Jade says yes, you can.
If you were looking to have someone not maybe recognize your car because now it doesn't have PA plates, that would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Doing it
Exactly.
simply because his registration was going to run out, to me, does not make sense.
I agree with you.
Do they have inspection stickers in Pennsylvania? Like, do you have to take your car? Yeah, because I know some states you don't have to.
A lot of East Coast states do have those.
Okay, I know Louisiana, you have to get it. They have a 1 year or a 2 year sticker. No, we don't have smog. We just have to do. It's like your lights, your highs and your low beams, your horn, blinkers front and back, your backup lights.
Oh, you actually have to have that inspected?
Yeah, we have to.
We do.
Shit.
Yeah, you can get a one. Used to it was only a 1 year sticker that you can get, but now you can get a 2 year.
You can put headlights on anything in Minnesota. If you get a title for it, they'll give you registration.
Yeah, we have to make sure, like, and your the lights that's beside your license plate. You have to make sure those work. Just basically all of your lights, blinkers, backup lights. Some places make you check your horn, and that's all you do. And then
I would be curious to know if that's the case in Washington. I can find out my bar manager's from there.
Okay.
I'll text him right now. I know he's awake.
Okay. Because I know some states don't. I want to say Ohio doesn't do, because I have an uncle that lives there, and I believe he said that they don't have to do inspection stickers on cars. Now I know, like with California, you have to do if your check engine light is on, they won't do an inspection.
You know, we don't have to do that here. The only time we have to do that is when we purchase a new car and have it registered to us. That's the only time we have to do that, because when I go in, I just pay for our stuff and leave.
So y'all don't have to do inspections on y'all's cars every year, every 2 years?
No, but in Missouri you do.
I know we don't here in Alabama, but I sure do miss having a 20-year driver's license in Arizona.
Wow, we have 6 years.
We have 4. You have to renew your driver's license every 4 years. When I moved here to Alabama, nobody believed my Arizona driver's license was real because it didn't expire for 20 years, and
That's
they
crazy.
thought it was fake.
I didn't know that, because like here it used to be every 4 years, and now I believe it's moved up to every 6 years now.
That's what ours did. 20 years? Wow, that's
Arizona gives you a
such a lot.
long.
Oh, see, one of the whole points of getting your license changed every few years is because you change as you get older, of course, right? Or even, I mean, you just, yeah, that's weird.
See, Melissa J said every 2 years here for registration and inspection.
Oh, and we have to go every year to get ours done. And I mean, they like their money. They charge out the butt.
I believe our registrations here are 4 years. I believe. I just wait till they send me the thing in the mail saying your registration runs out in such and such month on such and such date. You got to have it done before then.
We have the
So
option here to do a year or 2 years.
I just talked to my bar manager, and he said in Eastern Washington there is no yearly inspection or emissions.
Okay.
He said in King County there is. Basically, Seattle's like one of the only places.
So
But
he could have just
Eastern Washington, no. And he
So
said
he
it
can-
is very expensive to bring a vehicle in from another state and transfer your registration and title and everything else into Washington State.
So
He said
there's
it's
no
pretty expensive.
telling. There's no telling how much he had to pay then
Right.
to get it switched over. Get his.
I
plates
asked him
and
that,
all
and he's like, "I don't know. It's been years since I transferred a title, so I'm not really sure."
Because
He said it's not cheap, so there you go.
okay, so some states like Louisiana doesn't require a front plate. We only have the back plates. Like Texas has the front and back plates.
Yeah.
But did they?
Minnesota has both.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to go look at my truck because do they make every vehicle with a place for a front and back plate?
No, they make brackets.
Well,
Okay.
but I've even seen some vehicles that don't have a front bracket. I saw.
I don't think my truck does.
Well, every manufacturer has to make a front plate bracket. They have to, or they can't sell the car in that state. They might be ugly as shit and totally look out of place, but they have to provide one.
Yeah, ours we don't do front plate, and I have seen a couple of cars that didn't have a bracket at all.
My
Maybe
Camaro,
they took it off.
my Camaro was bought in a state that didn't have front plates, so I had to go to Chevy and order a front plate bracket for my car.
Okay,
in order to put a Minnesota plate on it, because you can't just screw it into the frickin' bumper. You ruin the bumper.
Oh yeah, no, I know that. I'm just saying no
So,
bracket at all.
I wonder though, like on Bryan's car, then since his car was from Pennsylvania, they don't require front plates. I wonder if he had a spot on the front of his car for a front plate, because he would have had to have one in Washington.
Yeah, I knew where you were going with that.
Because I'm telling you, I don't think my truck has a place for a front plate. Does it?
Ours has a place, but we don't have anything on it. A lot of times people put those vanity plates on there,
Right, yeah.
on the front.
Well, if you can put a vanity plate on it, then you should be able to put a a license plate on it, and therefore every car should have one. If everybody can put a vanity plate.
Yeah, you're totally missing. I'm just saying I have seen just a couple without it.
I guess that's more of a question for you, more than a statement. I'm sorry. So,
in
my opinion.
But I don't even know if they were from here or not, to be honest. I just saw the front of their car, and it's one of those things that hit you like, oh, I don't see a bracket at all. Even.
That's why I'm saying in Louisiana, we only have one plate, and tons of people have front vanity plates. So that just came up in my head when you said that. So I guess that's where I was coming at with that. That's true. I see a lot of people in Louisiana with them. So I'm assuming that they should come with both.
I think most of them do. Maybe they asked for them to be taken off. I have no idea. I thought it was really weird that there was no bracket on it. It doesn't happen very often. I mean, I've only seen a couple, but yeah.
I'm sitting on my porch and I'm looking at my vehicle, and like you guys know, I have a new one because I just had that wreck in February, and so it's brand new, and it doesn't have anything on the front for a license plate.
If your state doesn't require a front plate,
Right.
the dealer's not required to give you a
Oh,
bracket.
gotcha. So,
But,
okay.
If you
So
live
but
in a state where they require 2 plates, they're not allowed to sell a vehicle without a front plate
oh, that
bracket.
makes
yeah,
sense. Okay. So Pennsylvania, they only have to have the back one.
right.
Oh, that
So
makes
why would
sense.
they sell a lot of cars in Louisiana without a front?
A
If
lot
we
of
don't,
times, like with my car, I've got an anniversary edition Camaro. They're very ugly. So if you buy it in a state that doesn't require them, you say, don't put it on there. I don't want it. If they're
Right.
even offering it, because you don't have to have it. So
And
why
I
mar
think,
up the front of your vehicle if you got a nice looking car with a license plate bracket?
yeah, that's true.
Hey,
That's
how does
interesting.
that work? Like, if you have, what are those things called? That you put on the front of your vehicle in case you hit a deer. What are those things called again?
Grill,
Grills?
grill.
Grill
Yeah.
guard?
Yeah. So in states where you have to have a front and back license plate, are you allowed to have a grill guard in the front?
Yep, but you got to put a
Yeah,
plate on the front of it.
right.
Oh,
I had one on the front of my
I
I had
didn't.
one on the front of my F-250.
hey,
Wow.
Big Al, I have a
Yes.
question. Because I think I'm not understanding correctly. So when you talk about a bracket, you're talking about the thing that the license plate fits in. But I think I'm talking about like just the screws in the freaking like a regular license plate is in the back. Like it doesn't really have a bracket, but it has the indentation for the license plate. So but I'm talking about little spots on the bumper where you can put a bracket for a license plate. Am I
Uh,
thinking the
uh,
totally different thing?
I don't know what you're thinking of, because most license plate, if they don't have a spot on the bumper for a bracket, it usually goes under the bumper and fastens behind it. You don't generally
Okay.
screw the bracket through the bumper because, number one, you're going to put a break in the clear coat on your paint, and you never want to do that unless you absolutely have to. And if it's chrome, you don't want to put a screw through chrome because it's going to rust around the screw hole.
Okay, so
So
it's
you would put the
totally
bracket,
different.
yeah, the bracket would go under the bumper, or they would have actual holes in the bumper for it, and it would already be affixed.
Do any of y'all know when Brian bought his car or if it was bought new?
I thought it was his mom's.
That's what I thought too, that it was his mom's and she gave it to him. And I thought it was still registered to her.
Yeah, I think it was. That's what I remembered.
But heck if I know where I
But
got
it,
that from.
okay, wait.
Well, they
Where did?
keep saying his mom's car. I mean, when Ellie talks about it and stuff, I believe they say his mom.
But where did we hear or read that it was registered to him?
I don't remember ever seeing or hearing that, unless they just did it when he transferred the tags.
No,
Okay,
he
wait.
can't transfer the tax without
No,
without
she
the
would have to. Yeah,
Correct.
she would have to be
registration.
there.
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
so doesn't it say? Hold on, I got to pull the PCA back up because doesn't it say somewhere in the PCA that this car is registered to him?
Yeah, I thought it was. I thought that's what it said.
Oh yeah, because that's how they found the car. They ran all the Elantras and it came up to his name.
And then it just happened that he freshly did it, transferring the states. And so I think that's why they went in that direction with the
Yeah.
Oh, I hadn't heard that.
Okay, let me see if I can find it in the PCA because I know I've seen it, heard it, read it, something somewhere.
Now see here, I know here you can have a vehicle titled in one person's name and then another person can go register it. I know
Hey, Megan.
they do that here.
Gotta find the car. Where's the car at in the flipping PCA? Okay. It may take me a second to find it. And King Scarlet, I'll send you because I believe in the PCA. It also has his plate number. I, So after reviewing, so that's not going to be it. It was when the people over in at WSU when they looked it up. Wasn't that when it was that we
Yeah,
heard about it? Being
yeah.
registered to him.
It was one of the officers in over at WSU. He just took a chance, just ran the white Elantras just to see, and happened to pull up Bryan's name.
Yeah, that was something else that Nancy Grace was on about the other night because she said that the officer, the first one, pulled it up and then he drove over to Braun's apartment, and it was literally two different officers.
I've got a really good picture that's a great example for what we're talking about here with front plates. I'm going to share it with you here real quick.
Okay.
Thank you, Big Al. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Bushcraft family, how are you? Laughing Stock, how are you? Okay.
All right, so these are my two trucks. The one on the left has a factory frame plate on the factory bumper. The one on the right has a brush guard, but I had to purchase the plate frame to go on the brush guard
Brush guard.
because
That's what it's called.
I have to display a front plate on that truck. I don't have a choice. And if you don't have one in Minnesota, you get pulled over. So that's the difference between a factory one on the left on the white truck and on the green truck. That's one that I had to go purchase to put on that brush guard.
Is that brush guard for like if you hit deer?
That one doesn't really do a good job with deer. The one that I just put on, I can cut a deer in half. It's like,
So what is that one for?
it'll push a deer out of the way, but you'll still end up with damage.
Oh, okay.
But just not as much. So that's the difference between a factory one and one that you're forced to put on. If you want to make changes, because in Minnesota you have to have one no matter what.
Yeah.
They will pull you over, and you can't like put it up in your windshield or screw it off it's got to be on the front of your car, fully visible to oncoming law enforcement.
Wow.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome. I knew I had a picture that would explain it, and I was trying to find it.
All right, King Scarlet, I got it. Okay, I remember the two different officers. Nancy needs new research into Eliza. She really does. Let's see. Oh, shit, not Louisiana, y'all. Washington plate number. So it's CFB 8708. Okay,
And
there it is, King Scarlet.
To answer your question, Scarlet, Louisiana, it's 4 years.
Oh, for the stickers on the plate?
Registration is 4 years. Inspection stickers 1. Or no, it's 2 or 4.
Your registration's 4 years?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are lucky. We got to do it every 12 months.
Y'all, I can only do 1 or 2 year inspections.
Yeah, that's it. 1 or 2, my bad. Hey, I haven't been there in a while. Give me a break.
Used to it was only 1 year, but now they bumped it up to 2.
Yeah, $10 for 1, 20 for 2.
For 2. Yep. Hey, Vapor, how are you?
Yeah, here every year your registration depends on the value of your vehicle. So every 12 months you have to go in and pay whatever the value of your vehicle is. There's a percentage and you pay it.
That's what we have to do too.
And the newer it is, the more it is. And when they're new, that's a lot.
Is that how they do the Louisiana ones?
That's when you first get it registered. It goes by the value of the vehicle. And that's why whenever a lot of people sell a vehicle in person to person, they often do a bill of sale for very cheap so that the person getting the registered
so the taxes are cheap.
Yeah, they don't let you do that in Minnesota. They go by the book value here.
Exactly.
They say, "Oh, you got a good deal, but you're still paying taxes on that $25,000 vehicle."
Missouri, that works. Kansas, it doesn't work at all. You pay the value.
But yeah, you only pay it once.
And that's why I said transferring to another state doesn't make sense because it's going to cost him more money than just getting renewed registration.
We have to pay the property tax on ours every year.
Yeah, see, here in Louisiana, you can get homestead exemption. If you live on your property, you don't have to pay taxes on it.
That'd be nice.
But I just asked Troll because I was wondering about, like you were saying, whenever you get you renew your registration, like they go by the value of the vehicle, but ours is the same amount every 4 years you have to pay on it.
Yeah.
How ours was.
Guys, I'm gonna hop down. I'm gonna finish painting, but I'll be listening in the chat.
Okay. Thank
And
you
I
for
want
coming
you to
out.
know, Scarlett, I had to cry myself to sleep last night because you weren't live.
Yeah.
Well, it was, y'all, damn 10 bushels of peas. If it wouldn't been for that, I would have been live. But
Okay, I'll be down in chat.
all right.
Did you snap peas or beans?
No, we shelled peas.
Oh.
Yeah. What? No snap to it. We had to shell the damn
No, you know how
things.
people snap green beans?
Yeah.
I saw a video of a monkey named, I forgot her name. I can send you the link though on Twitter. And she legit was snapping beans. And when she found one she snapped already, she really put it down and grabbed another one that wasn't snapped. They are so freaking intelligent. And so I just wanted to bring that up. I thought you were snapping beans.
No, we shelled them. I started at 2 o'clock yesterday and I didn't finish till 6 o'clock this morning.
Is her name? Oh, her name is Gatlin. I remember for Gatlinburg. Gatlin Ray is her name. Look it up. She's so adorable.
Where did Betty Joe's comment just go?
Okay, you're not gonna believe this, but we used to have monkeys.
I'm so jealous. So jealous.
There's so much work. Oh my god. We didn't have no, we had a Balinese ape one time. I'm telling you, you guys would not believe me if I told you my childhood.
I thought that Bryan changed over to Washington plates because whenever the crime happened, he had PA plates on, and he switched them over to Washington to have a reason to be switching him over because he moved, but that he did it after. Didn't they have PA plates on the car then?
There was PA plates on it up until he switched them to Washington.
Right. Yeah,
Which
but
are
when it
totally
happened,
different color,
Right.
totally different appearance,
I
completely
think,
noticeable.
isn't Pennsylvania plates, aren't they like red, white, and blue or something like
They have
that?
a bunch of different plates.
Okay.
oh no.
So does Minnesota. We've got like 15 different plates in Minnesota.
So it wasn't proven that it had plates on it, like factual.
No, it just said unknown plate. Like on the car that
Oh.
they're claiming that is on video, it's
Mhm.
just saying it was a white Hyundai Elantra with unknown plates. So I don't
Right.
know if they
I
just
thought it
couldn't
came out
see.
after.
Well, it came out. I don't know if the first time I guess in the PCA was the first time we heard about the WSU officers finding it.
Mhm.
But that's when it talked about him having the Pennsylvania plates, and it gave the plate number. And then whenever they went out and physically looked at the car, it had Washington plates.
I just think the
Oh,
timing. I just think the timing is just extremely suspicious.
Everything
right.
about this case is suspicious. Honestly.
I'm
Like
sitting here going, I agree, and I'm on mute.
Okay, so Betty Joe. She is. Let's see. I bet you they have them from PA plates now. I forgot what I was about to ask her. Betty Joe, are you wanting to know what it was that they got from the house whenever they went in and arrested him?
I could use a refresh on that one. We haven't talked about that in a long time that I know of.
Not in a while, but I am about to use Sleepy's Same because she has it all on one page.
Yes, please.
It's literally, I can pull it all up on one page and show it, and I can actually read it, because the stuff that the others, and I'm gonna hide everybody on panel just so it makes it easier. And let me see if I can Wait, I need to zoom this in. Let me see if I can zoom it in a little bit. Can everybody see that okay? If I zoom it in any more, it might make it where y'all won't be able to see some of it. Maybe I can zoom it a little bit more. I'm trying to watch. Maybe a little bit
That's
more.
good. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the. Wait, did we lose somebody on panel? Oh, shit. Hold on.
I'm still here.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, we're down to 3.
Yeah, somebody else was up here.
Gator.
Okay, let me put the link back in the chat. Where does my thing go? Here we go. All right. I'm going to hide y'all now. Okay. All right. So, let's see. I can't even see my name on paper. He does that. Okay, so Betty Jo, I'm going to go over it, honey. That way you don't have to worry about looking at it or anything. All right, so whenever they went in and let me pull her back up now. All right, Stone Gator, you back?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right, you're welcome. So whenever they went in and served the search warrant and arrested him, they found on him, this is everything that he had on his person. They found the one Defiant silver flashlight. They found 4 medical style gloves, which we did hear that he had gloves on in his kitchen or in the kitchen area, putting his personal trash in individual Ziploc bags. Then he had 1 Arizona Jean Company white t-shirt, size large, 1 Champion WSU Cougars black sweatshirt, size large, 1 pair of black and white Nike shoes, size 13, 1 pair of black Under Armour socks, 1 pair of Under Armour shorts, size large, 1 Under Armour boxers, black, size large, and then the 1 buckle swab that they had. And I cannot see chat, so let me switch over real quick and just catch up in the chat. I mentioned something about a composite picture of Bryan at the hearing to compel discovery, and I'd like to hear it again. Wait, Anne mentioned something about a composite picture of Bryan at the hearing? I don't remember that. But Tonka, if you need me to, I can play the hearing again tonight. We'll just have to cut it up because for some reason the hearing was just like the audio was horrible.
Yeah, so if you can make better audio to where we could hear it better, I would love to rehear it. I couldn't understand anything when I played it.
I had it whenever I played it the other night. Okay, Tonka, I will. The other night, whenever I played it, I had it all the way up, and there was still some things that I couldn't hear. But I will. I'll try to. I'll cut it back up tonight after I get done with this here, and excuse me, I'll replay it.
Cool thing.
I don't remember anything about a picture. I don't know. That's weird. But I mean, it could have been said though, and we just weren't able to hear it. Okay, so at the house, at Bryan's parents' house, they found a knife. There was no description, no brand, if it was fixed blade, if it was folding knife, nothing like that. Just a knife. Then they found a Smith & Wesson pocket knife, which was more than likely just like a folding type knife. Is somebody in chat not being respectful, Michelle? If everybody will please be respectful, do not be disrespectful to anybody in the chats. I mean, everybody is entitled to their own opinions, but don't be disrespectful towards other people or their opinions. Okay, AP, please, you're more than welcome to stay. Just please don't be disrespectful in here. Hey, Arf, how are you? All right, so they got the Smith & Wesson pocket knife, and then they found the Taylor cutlery knife in a leather sheath. There was a book with the underlining on page 118, and I do remember some people were speculating about what's it called, The Handmaiden's Tale? Was that the name of the book on page 118? There was like some very disgusting things on that page of that book.
Yes.
Some people were also talking about, what was his name? That did the manifesto.
Oh,
What was his name?
Elliot,
Kaczynski.
Elliot, or something like that.
Oh, yes, Elliot.
Oh, Elliot. Yes. Okay.
Some people are simple. Was his manifesto over 118 pages long?
It was hella long. I know that.
Apparently, it is if he had page 117 or whatever it was torn out or whatever.
Okay, because some people were saying that it could have been that Bryan had, because they never did specify what book it was. Okay, so
I have a question, please, before I forget, because it was at the beginning of the list.
Okay, go ahead.
They talking about things in his, like, say he had stuff in his room that he brought down from PA, his stuff in the house. Are they talking about a knife and a pocket knife found in maybe his own personal stuff in that house? Or I don't understand, because houses have plenty of knives. I don't get it.
I don't know if this was found in his bedroom at his parents' house or what, because I don't think that was ever specified either. It was just at his parents' house is how they have it listed.
Hearing you read it again on the list is making me think like it was in his property in a separate,
like in his bedroom there.
Yeah.
It could have been.
Okay.
Because, I mean, why would they take a Taylor cutlery knife in a leather sheath if it was...
Well, not saying that it's a murder weapon at all, because obviously he had a pocket knife too, you know what I mean?
Right.
But since they only brought up one knife and the pocket knife, it would seem to me that it would have to be in his private property in a separate room than from the living quarters of the house.
Right. Yeah, because that's what I was saying with the Taylor cutlery knife and the leather sheath. That would have been something that would be in the kitchen. So if that was the case, and it was like in the rest of the, like if they were taking stuff out of the rest of the house, why take just that one knife in a sheath, or just those three knives in general, when I'm pretty sure that there was more than 3 knives in the house. So that's what I'm thinking too, is possibly that all of this was just in his bedroom. Savi's Ann, how are you? All right, so let's see. We got the book with underlining on page 118. Then there are the AT&T bill for Bryan Kohberger. There is some type of documents, don't know what kind, personal identifying documents. Could be school documents. It could be some type of work documents. Could be anything. Let's see what else. There's a Washington State University paperwork. There's a note in a desk. A note from Bryan from Montana. It's kind of interesting, because I'm wondering, is it a note from a dude named Bryan from Montana? Or is it a note that Bryan wrote while he was in Montana? Then we've got the ID cards inside of a glove, inside of a box. Then we've got the criminal psychology book, various criminology books, notes, a license, and cards, documents in DeSales University notebook, a man's world drawing, Let me go down just a little bit so I can see the rest of it. Then we've got other books. We've got white paper with password, medical documents, court documents. There's a note to dad from Bryan. There's a maroon colored spiral notebook, folder containing vehicle paperwork. You got a Glock 22 Gen 5 40 cal. It's got the serial number and all that with it. You got a Glock 40 caliber magazines. I believe it was 3, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 3.
Whose Glock 40 was it? Bryan's?
I don't think they ever said whose it belonged to, but it was.
You said it was a Model 22?
Yeah, Glock 22 Gen 5 40 caliber.
That's what I carry. I carry 22C. It's a big gun.
I
heavy.
looked
They're very heavy.
I looked it up. If I'm not mistaken, some police officers are issued those.
About 80, probably +% of law enforcement officers in North America carry Glocks.
And then there was the 3 magazines that was empty. There's the application return of sale for the Glock 22. So they know whose name it was or who it was sold to. There's an Acer laptop that has the model number, serial number. There's a Seagate Barracuda SSD 1 terabyte solid state drive. Let's see. There's a Samsung Evo 500 gigabyte Intel Optane in a black box. And then an HP all-in-one PC. They had a lot of computers, which I guess if his sister was there, plus him and his parents.
He's a geek. I mean, I would think he'd have a ton of computer equipment.
So let's see, there's the Acer laptop, the HP all-in-one, the Lenovo IdeaPad laptop, and then the Tagnet Medallion desktop. Then he had a motherboard, which I've got the serial number for it as well. Let's see, a damaged laptop, a damaged HP laptop, green container of green leafy substance. I want to say that was mentioned.
Really?
In his car?
Green leafy substance was listed in his car. I well remember that because green leafy substances are good.
I like them.
I definitely remember that.
They help me not hurt so bad.
Okay, and then there was a green container of green leafy substance, and then there was a plastic bag of green leafy substance.
Oh wow, maybe he was the one selling.
Oh, we lost Stonegater again. Hold on, let me throw the link back out for her.
I thought she was supposed to have better now when she went back. I thought her.
I know, it's just as bad as what it was when she was in Louisiana.
Yeah.
So there was also a prescription, and then there was a swab 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right,
Did we know what the prescription was? Where are you?
No, it doesn't say. It just says prescription, and that's it.
Swab 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I gotta scroll over and then go back up to the top for this side right here.
What's this green leafy substance you guys are talking about?
I don't know,
man. I'm like Stonegater though. I believe it was in his car also when they found it. Is it legal in Pennsylvania? Kelly P. put lettuce.
It could have been, it could have been one of those green drinks, energy drink stuff, powder stuff. Well, no, it says flowers. No.
I'm sure it was just oregano.
It's probably sage. He's going to sage it away.
All right, so they found a cell phone, a power cable, a black face mask, black gloves, black gloves, and black knit hats.
Wow.
Let's see.
Well,
Go ahead.
I say, okay, so are the winters bad in Idaho?
I would, yeah,
Yeah, it's
probably.
very snowy in Idaho.
Okay, so the black face thing could be because the wind and I mean because it cuts you to the bone or whatever. But I'm saying wow, but then I'm thinking that's a little bit hypocritical because 90% of what I own is black. So is
Yeah,
it a big deal or not? I mean, in
and
light of it, it is, but
this is the stuff that they found in Pennsylvania, and I would assume that the winters are just as bad there, right, as they
yeah,
are
I would think
in
so.
Idaho or even in
They
Washington.
get heavier snowfall in eastern Washington and Idaho. I mean, Idaho is world famous for skiing.
Okay,
I mean, world famous. There's some of the best ski resorts in the country are in Idaho and
okay.
western Montana.
And I mean, he very well could have brought these clothes back with him. Z-Man says it's colder in Idaho, so it's colder than what it would be in Pennsylvania. Then, I guess is what they're saying. The Poconos, it's just as bad, and he lives next to the Poconos.
Yeah, but okay, so this was in December.
Yeah,
So
December
he
the
may have
30th.
thrown him. He may have had him and took him with him on the trip.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, being winter and all that, it very well could have been. I mean, the black clothing. I mean, I have a lot of black clothes as well: shirts, leggings, shorts, jeans, stuff like that. Um, I think the only reason why they were taking a lot of the black clothing that they found is because that's what Dylan said that the person she saw in the house had black clothes on.
Right, I know that. I was just thinking. I mean, if this was something else and we were reading, black stuff, would it be
Yeah,
that big of a deal to us? But knowing that it,
probably not. If it was just, I don't know. That's a
I
good
mean,
question.
somebody come in my house, they're going to think I'm a cat burglar with all my black clothes and scarves and hats and
I,
gloves.
honestly, I though like probably half the people in the U.S. That's
Yeah,
probably like their main color
pretty much
in their
everyone I know.
closet.
Yeah.
All right, where did I leave off? So we did black gloves and black knit hat, and then he had a dark color hat, dark colored clothes, dark clothes in a laundry basket, a dark green short sleeve shirt, black long sleeve shirt, black sweatshirt, gray jacket, black pants, black jeans, black jeans. I gotta scroll down.
In Moscow, Idaho, they had a total of 100.6 inches the 22-23 season.
Damn. So what about Pennsylvania? Did they get as much as Idaho?
What I don't know any. I don't know any of the names of the cities in the Poconos.
He lived in Albrightsville.
Albrightsville.
Yeah. Or it was Monroe County, I believe.
Well, I can say here, I mean, it can be so freezing cold here. It'll just, and with the Kansas wind, it can just rip your face or hands or body apart if you don't have them protected, even without snow. In fact, here we really don't hardly get that much snow anymore for the most
Mhm.
part.
So, okay, so where did, like, there's, all right, so black pants, black jeans. Why not just put three pair of black jeans instead of
Yeah,
one pair and then two pair?
makes
And
sense to me.
yeah, and then so there was two black long sleeve shirts, two pairs of black pants, one gray jacket, one gray knit felt hat, one black glove, and then black gloves with an S, one black hat and one black mask. Let's see, scroll down. Two pair of dark colored boots, one pair of brown boots. He had a pair of New Balance shoes, a dark colored jacket, which they labeled A, dark jackets labeled B, dark colored jackets labeled C, dark colored jackets labeled D, a Columbia fleece navy size extra large. Then there was dark colored shirts labeled A, B, and C, and then dark colored pants labeled A and B, clear plastic glove, and then there was an item photographed but not taken, and then a Craftsman shot back. I wonder what the item photographed but not taken. I wonder what that would have been. Like, what would they have taken a picture of, but they wouldn't have took it with them?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
And
The bed, maybe the bed, or why? I mean, shower curtain, the shower, maybe.
possibly it could have been. I don't know. Yeah, it could have been like a large item that was in the house, and they couldn't take it or whatever. Okay, so that was all of that from the house. All right, let me make sure. Okay, so that was on this person. All right, and then the car. So what they got out of the car was swabs. Then they got a Ziploc bag with a pink zipper. They got a plastic baggie with a green zipper. They got 7 quarters, 36 dimes, 32 nickels, and 8 pennies. There was gloves, some type of receipts that they found. They found his car insurance card, his car registration, a reflective vest, which I want to say that when he worked as a security guard, was that one of the things that they said that they gave him or issued him? Was a reflective vest?
I think so. And as far as the jumper, remember he worked with his dad on the H. What is it called?
Oh, the HVAC stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he might already had that.
Okay, so there was hiking boots, a Comfort Inn room key holder, and the stay information. And I will say that the receipt that came out saying that it was from the Comfort Inn in Colorado, I believe it's completely fake because it did not say Comfort Inn on it. It did not say from Colorado. Nothing like that. I think whoever put that out is completely fake. So there's some tire irons. There's a shovel, goggles, floor mats, a wrench, used water bottles, door panel, seats and seat cushions. They took the headrest, the seat belt, the sun visor. They took fibers. They took the brake pedal, the gas pedal, the seatbelt boots.
Wow.
A phone charger, a Band-Aid, wrappers of some sort, maps, and documents.
Wow, that's a lot.
So I'm pretty sure they took more from the car. Then I'm pretty sure they tore the car all to pieces, honestly.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they tore every bit of it.
Yeah, they probably got it back to wherever it was that they were taking it, and they just basically disassembled the whole thing.
Yeah. I've watched that before. It's incredible. Every little thing.
It's amazing when they do it down on the border because they don't care. They just tear shit apart.
Oh yeah, at the border crossings. Or
Oh
whatever.
yeah, I've seen them do it in Texas. They literally just rip shit apart.
Yep.
They don't care about putting your car back together. If the dog hits on it, they just start cutting holes in your car.
I'm okay with that. You shouldn't
Yeah.
be doing that.
I agree. Go buy it at the pot shop like everybody else.
That's right.
Okay, so wait. Let me get back into my chat now. Okay.
Oh, the average yearly snowfall in that area on the
Uh-huh.
high end was under 90 inches, so more in Idaho than Pennsylvania,
Okay.
even in the mountains.
Okay.
But there were some areas in Idaho this winter. I have a friend who removes ice dams off of buildings for a living, and he spent the whole winter in Idaho because they had so much snow in some areas.
That's great. I mean, I feel sorry for people who down here when we're watching the news or whatever, and we see people up north getting just piles and piles of snow. I feel bad for
Well, when you get those ice dams on your roof from that much snow, when they're not
Mhm.
insulated correctly,
them.
it actually causes leaking into your house. And like, when I say
Right.
leaking, I mean like it's raining inside.
Right. Well, I mean, the
It'll
whole damn roof will
destroy your
fall
house.
in.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
no, it pushes water up under the shingles, and then there's just water pouring out of your lights and your walls and your electrical sockets and light switches, and it's crazy. That happened in my kitchen here at the bar. Did like
Yeah.
$60,000 worth of damage.
It's crazy. I'm glad we don't get that much snow down here. A cousin in Mexico from California. My uncle had a joint in the car. They tore the car to pieces. Smoke. Yeah,
Yeah, I
I've
mean, I
watched.
can only imagine how they tear up a car when they're looking in a murder situation when they do stuff like that over a joint.
I'm wondering though, if what they're saying in that warrant return, did they just like? I wonder where they took all that. I would assume they would have moved the car first and then took all that stuff out of the car
Oh, I'm
instead
sure
of taking it.
they took it to a police garage and disassembled it. They
Hey,
take the carpet
Vaughn.
out, the headliner out, the seats out, everything. I'm sure they do their swabbing and black
Right.
lighting and
Mm-hmm.
luminol and whatever else they can think of.
Yeah.
But it's the back. They always say it's the back of the carpet that you got to worry about, not what you can see.
Oh, you're talking about the underneath of it?
The back side of carpeting is where these idiots always get caught. They clean up the blood and you can't see it, but it's on the back side of the carpet.
Mm-hmm.
So when they lift the carpet up, the padding stained in the back of the carpet is still stained.
Right. Yeah, because who was I watching? Somebody had, I think it was Joseph Scott Morgan the other day. They had him on their show. And that's what he was talking about. That it'll soak through it. And the only way to get it out, you basically would have to tear all that out of your floorboard.
Yeah, I mean, it could go all the way to the subfloor.
Yeah. And so, I mean, even if he did try to clean it with bleach, which I mean, if he would have, there's going to be bleach spots.
Yeah, unless he's got
all
white
in,
carpet.
yeah, all in the car. You're going to be able to smell it, and it's still not going to clean it. Not completely.
Well, yeah, I mean, you might not see it with your naked eye, but as soon as they pull up and look at the backside,
It's going to be all
automotive
soaked in.
carpet has a really thick, heavy backing to it. So if something soaked through it, I mean, you'd have to take it out and clean the backside.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's same thing with the seats. You can scrub the seats all you want, but it's the cushion part underneath it. Unless you just go and change the seats completely out, it can get all of that
right
in the cushion part.
It'd be in the foam, yeah.
Yeah.
Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there.
And just think of all the tiny little crevices in a car that it's like hell to try to clean. Like, just to try to get dirt or dust out of them. Imagine trying to make sure that you get every single one of those little spots if you've done something like this.
I watched, I think it was an A&E special about forensic, the guys that do forensics, and they were talking about cars, and when a car gets stolen, they check the back of the steering wheel, the rear view mirror, the seat belts, the door handles, the mirror buttons, and I think there was one around the radio and the climate control. Those are the first things they check, looking for DNA or fingerprints.
Seat belt.
Yeah, your seat belt is the big one.
Yeah, because that's like the main things that you touch whenever
Yep.
you're in the ignition or
To
the
drive
button
a car,
pushes.
you have to touch those things.
Yeah, that's what I had said before. Just think of just to get in a car and get it moving, the things that you have to touch: the floor, the seat, the ignition, the steering wheel, the gear shift. Like you got to touch all these multiple things just to get the car in drive. Let's see, it will tell us if you can use a Ferenz Elantra. Okay. Wait, Liza is saying I'm kind of lost. What if no DNA in the car really goes? Okay, Liza, let me go back up real quick and see your other comments. Okay, they did all that and not finding a thing. I'm gonna
We
be
don't know
honest.
that. I mean, we don't know if they found anything in the car.
Well, they said there was none in the car.
Yeah, that there was none in his. There was none of the victim's DNA in his car, apartment, house,
Office.
or office. And that was, I think the document was wrote on the 22nd. It was put out on the 23rd, and then the following Tuesday on the 27th, the state comes out and says everything we have, the defense has. So, and it was made the
King Scarlet wants you to look at her previous comment.
okay.
Yeah,
Al.
yeah, Scarlett, there is no EDR in a Hyundai Elantra.
What's an EDR?
Event data recorder.
Oh.
Okay, wait. There's no what now?
Event data recorder.
Okay.
There's no tracking device tracking the location of a Hyundai Elantra. Even if it had satellite radio, it's not storing the tracking information, or they say it doesn't. Who knows if there's a 3-letter agency that has access to it that actually does have a database, but they're not made for it. I would beg to differ.
So yeah, Betty Joe, what's coming back from the FBI is the cast stuff, which is for the data cellular stuff or cellular data stuff or whatever. But the state on May the 12th or May the 14th told in court that they had, or in a court document, that they had turned over everything to the defense regarding the stuff for the car, the house, the trash. I believe it said Brian's apartments in his parents' home. Avery, thank you so much for that super chat. She says something we haven't thought of. What if his Google search just asks how to remove the red stuff, etc.?
But he studied that forever. He would already know how to do that, I believe, in my opinion.
Yeah, because that would have been, I would assume, would have been one of the things that he would study, like you're saying, at DeSales University. Okay, Stone Gator, I put the link out. And if anybody else wants to come up, y'all are more than welcome to. Just grab the link. It's going to be very interesting, though, once we get to hear everything that, like, just the evidence that they have.
I just hope, I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it. I hope that some silly YouTuber out there just trying to be all that doesn't mess it up for everybody.
Oh, with the cameras? You're talking about, yeah. Or the media, or the guy back there. Yeah, because the guy back there that's manning the camera for court TV is zooming in on the dude's head after the judge said don't zoom in on his head.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that. I was like, what is he doing? Was he not listening?
It was
Does he not have freaking headphones on or something? I mean, what's going on?
Hey, Bullets. It was like he had the camera pointing right at the judge. The judge was looking dead ass at the camera. Hey, Michelle, when he was saying all this. As soon as the judge was done, he zooms out like he was doing it on purpose.
Well,
I
and he
know.
told him,
Zooms out and turns straight to Bryan. Nobody else in the courtroom but straight to Bryan.
he specifically said he didn't want to see the tops of the tables either.
Yep.
And right within 45 seconds, you could see, everything everybody had in front of them on the tables.
Yep. He said to stay off the councils, not
Yeah.
to be trying to look at the council tables.
Called being defiant.
It's
Well, I think
literally like he was doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
what some people don't understand is that view. There's people out there that are AV people that could really pick that apart and zoom in on
Oh, yeah.
exactly what it says on that pad of paper.
Exactly.
Okay, Betty just says, as long as I have watched trials, they always put the camera on the defendant and they never had a problem. But you put the camera on BK and they want to cry about it. I mean, that is true. I've watched Zachariah Anderson's trial, and there was a camera that was pointing at him in his table from like the front view of him. And then there was another one that pointed at the judge, which was the same judge, same courtroom, everything that Kyle Rittenhouse was in. And it was the same thing with Kyle Rittenhouse's trial. What other trials have I watched? Letitia Souch, we saw that, how it was pointed at her no matter where she was at in the courtroom.
They always.
Yeah, it's
The
the Menendez.
Yes, Menendez brothers. I mean, well, I'm sure it was on Lori Vallow when we saw it. I mean, every Johnny Depp, Amber Heard.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was pointed a lot at Johnny Depp. I don't think it pointed as much at Amber Heard as it did Johnny Depp. But
Oh, I liked it pointed at Johnny.
yeah, I mean, like whenever they were both on the stand, it was look at Alec Murdoch.
Yeah.
I mean, they constantly stayed zoomed in on him. That was, like I said, one big snot fest. But
But
I mean,
it really wasn't.
yeah,
it
it was a fake snot fest. But let's see, it seems BK is getting preferential treatment.
I think I agree.
I mean, but the thing is, though, if the judge says don't do it,
Don't
do it, because you're going to ruin it for everybody else who wants to hear it that's not doing anything wrong. Oh, Kenny says leave Amber Heard alone.
Oh, I have no problem leaving her alone.
See, but this judge is allowed to set the rules. Exactly, Michelle. And if he says to only point the camera at him, then that's what they should do. Point the camera only at him and nowhere else in the courtroom. Or point it where you can see the whole entire courtroom except for the jury and leave it at that. Quit zooming it in and doing all this and that.
I actually like it. That camera there is positioned, that one camera zoomed out is positioned perfectly for us to see the evidence and everything else on that TV.
But the only thing, though, is their audio.
Oh, yeah, that's terrible.
The audio is bad. The guy that was sitting either beside the camera or behind the camera kept clearing his throat, and you could hear it while over what everybody else was saying.
Yeah, I thought I heard cell phone too.
We may have. I don't remember. It's a possibility we did. I know Lori Vallow's, excuse me, they kept a lot of people's phones. They had to get onto them. Not a fan of the blind. Oh, Mariah, you're talking about Zachariah Anderson? Is that who you're talking about? So YouTubers are always looking for the money shot. Tonka, that is true. What was Zachariah Anderson's sentence? Does anybody know? I watched.
I didn't see her question or what she.
Avery wants me to play that trial. So I was like kind of looking in it, but it's 2 weeks long, so I don't know.
Oh, Zachariah Anderson.
Yeah.
I love trials. I'd watch it.
Yeah, I watched some of it. It's pretty interesting.
She told me that like he was found guilty, but most people think that he was innocent or whatever, and especially his brother. If anybody saw it, I haven't. So if anyone saw it, do you think he's guilty or innocent?
I
Did the
didn't see
jury
it.
get it wrong?
Elliot, yeah, that is true too. I want to say I missed that day, and I had to go back and watch it. The part where Zachariah Anderson was doing the sign language when his daughter was on the stand. See, see, there's a big campaign to free him. He got a life sentence with possible parole after 40 years. Okay, I watched the
40 years, damn near a dang life sentence if you really think about it, depending on how old
old
you
you
are,
are.
really.
That is true.
Mariah's like guilty as the day is long. Nora's grandmother doesn't understand what he was convicted on. She didn't.
What parts I watched, I didn't really see anything where they were showing that he was guilty. But I didn't watch the whole thing. So there might have been some stuff that I might have missed at certain times or whatever. So you should do that case and give us an Idaho break. Yeah. I may do I wanted to do Chad Dorman,
Oh yes, please.
but I don't know if I can do it or not because of what happened.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, with the three little boys.
Oh no, I know which one. I'm like, yeah.
Because I read the PCA. I wouldn't be able to read it on here. Like I've read all of the Idaho stuff for Bryan. I wouldn't be able to read that one on here.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, it's pretty graphic. Um, it's, I mean,
But I will. I'm gonna follow that one.
yeah. If I do it, I may try to do it on my other channel.
That might be a good idea.
Why can't, like, I mean, I understand why can you read it on your other channel but not this channel because of how graphic it is
Yeah. Well,
like
I probably
Nathan-
wouldn't read it word for word, even on my other channel. It's a major trigger warning with it with the PCA.
Is your other channel monetized?
No.
That's how.
I couldn't was
Do what?
is
Stone Gator?
that's Ohio, right?
The Chad Dorman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, listen to this. I had someone that I know from a different community messaging me, will comment on one of my lives and was like, I've been in the jail where he is now. And if you want, and so I guess he lives like in the same county as where this happened. But he was like, if you want me to go drive around and film anything, just let me know. And I was like, I said to myself, like, what would you really film? Like, what would you want to see that he could film? I can't think of anything besides film the front of the jail and like the front of the house, things that we've already seen before.
Yeah, I mean, you can just go to Google Maps and look at that.
Right. So I never answered him.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I want to do it. The dude, he even confessed to doing it, and then he got up there and pled not guilty. And I'm just like, dude, you confessed to it.
Yeah, I hate that. That guy just drives me nuts.
And just acted like, and that's the reason why I want to cover it, because these babies and their mama and their sister need justice.
Yes.
And so I want to cover it, but like I said, it's such a sensitive subject. Um, and not to say that the Idaho 4 is not, because it is as well.
Well,
But
yeah, but they're not tiny babies either.
yeah, um, I might do it. So if y'all are not subbed to my other channel, if one of the mods can drop the link, uh, I might do it on my other one. I may post his like all the paperwork over there, because I do have a community tab over there, even though I don't have the 500 subs yet.
Scarlett,
Uh-huh.
not to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I'm good
No,
at
you're
that.
good. Go ahead.
I just saw a dang on comment that I wanted to oh, does Ohio have the insanity plea?
No,
Wait, hold on. I think they do. Give me a
they
second.
do. I thought they didn't.
Who was it? Because I posted this dude's stuff on the Facebook group, and somebody had asked me that, so I had to go look it up. But there is is it called the Monoton
Oh,
Law? I believe it's what it's called. Hold on, I've got it in my notebook. I gotta find it though. But I think that's what it's called. Is the Monoton Law or the Monoton Rule or something like that. I just gotta find it.
It sounds so good to hear you say notebook and not post-it notes. Gosh, I'm glad I'm back, aren't y'all?
Brandy, Renee, you can it's okay. You can say whether you believe he's innocent or guilty here, and
Who?
Brandy,
Oh, I
Brandy,
believe.
Renee, I believe Bryan is innocent, and you are
Yes.
definitely.
Yeah, anybody, Brandy, anybody here is entitled to their own opinions, whether you think he's innocent, whether you think he's completely guilty, whether you want to wait and see more evidence, uh, whatever your opinion is, that's fine. You don't have to worry about anybody attacking you for your opinion over here.
Um,
Where did I know I wrote that down because somebody in the Facebook group asked me.
Autumn Renee put the statute code in there. I think Ohio 2954.40. See if
Okay.
you can pull it up that way.
All right. Section. Hold on. Let me write all that down. Ohio revised. Shit.
If you'd like another answer,
Okay,
just say, Alexa.
there are 4
next.
states that do not recognize insanity. That's Montana, Utah, Kansas, and Idaho.
I knew Idaho was one.
Okay,
Yeah,
so yeah, the state of Idaho uses the Monoton rule, and it says the burden of proof is on the defendant. So let me look at this.
Is that the same thing? That's not the same thing as an insanity plea, though, is it?
Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up so I can read exactly state of Idaho what it is, because I had never heard of the Monoton rule section. So I had to actually go look it up, which I did not write that part down.
Can I just say that I'm waiting till trial to decide if, I mean, at this point, I'm towards guilty, but someone said in the chat they thought he was innocent, and I would love to hear why people think that he's innocent, because it might sway me if I have overlooked something. However, on that note, I'm waiting till trial.
Hey, okay, so is somebody not being nice in chat?
That was
Selling
earlier. That was earlier when Michelle asked people to be nice in chat. I think there was someone in there that
Oh,
was going back and
Sally
forth with
Mae,
someone else. Yeah.
Sally Mae just said it just a couple
Yeah,
minutes ago.
AP, I think it was, got attacked and left, or they felt attacked or something. That's when Michelle mentioned it, and then Scarlett reiterated it, and then it was cool after that.
Okay. This looked like it was like
No, it's good.
just now.
All right, so section 2945.40, acquittal by reason of insanity.
Excuse me.
All right. So if a person is found not guilty by reason of insanity, the verdict shall state that finding, and the trial court shall conduct a full hearing to determine whether the person is a person with a mental illness subject to court order or a person with an intellectual disability subject to institutionalization by a court order.
But is that the same thing as insanity or just a mental health issue?
Insanity. I think it's totally different than like what Lori went through. Of course, it's different states, but
Right.
she didn't go through insane. Like it was just like, what was it? Incompetent.
Yeah, she was found to be incompetent to stand trial.
Right.
And then she had to go. I think she was there 9 or 10 months at the hospital, at the state hospital, and they kept saying that she still wasn't competent to stand trial.
Right.
And then finally she was.
Right. I remember that.
Let's see. Let me find the monotony rule real quick. I remember looking it up, but I don't remember what it said, and I did not write it down.
I don't know. I think it's like the Bethany thing that's got me. I need to know what's her ish. You know what I mean? Like what's her position and everything and why they had to go meet her in Nevada.
Like, why haven't we heard anything about her
Right.
other than just in the PCA that she was at Sigma Chi until 1:45? But in another part of this of the or that she, I'm sorry, let me go back and say it how it says it. That she seen Ethan and Xana at Sigma Chi until 1:45, but in another part of the PCA it says that she was home by 1 o'clock. So it's the way they're writing it. It's making it sound like the girl was two places at one time.
Yeah, I'm with Tonka.
Wait, I gotta get back in chat. What did Tonka say?
I want to know exactly what Ann Taylor said about the composite picture of
Oh,
Bryan.
I gotta play that for her. Okay, give me just 1 second, Tonka. I'm gonna play that video. I completely forgot, y'all. All right, the monotony rule is so under the monotony rule, it must be proved that at the time of the offense, the accused had a mental defect of the mind that prevented an awareness of the criminal nature and the quality of the act, or if the nature of the act was known, it was not perceived as wrong. Now, this Chad Dorman dude, I honestly, we saw the body cam when they went and arrested him. I, I don't know. He wasn't acting crazy. He was telling his dog to get back, to get in the house, telling the cops to be careful. He didn't want the dog to bite him. Uh,
Yeah.
what not to do with the dog so the dog don't bite him. He didn't act like there was anything.
No, and he was defiant.
Yeah. So, oh Lord, we done lost Stone Gator again, y'all. So I don't know if he's going to be able to do the whole insanity thing. I mean, after what I read in that PCA and what's been said that he done,
He planned it. He planned it.
Yeah, it was said that he planned it for months.
Yes. So that's to me not insanity. That's a plan to do away with some babies to hurt the mom.
And what it said that he done with the one little boy, um, he had to go chase him down,
Yeah.
like just stuff like
Pull him
that.
back there. Yeah.
That's not. I just I don't know how you would be able to plead insanity.
I don't either.
Honestly, I never seen the dude cry in that body cam footage.
Oh no.
I'd never seen any crying. The first time I seen this guy cry is whenever they told him his bond was $20 million.
Exactly.
And then he started crying.
No, he knew exactly what he was doing. And I think he's doing the trial now so he can hurt his wife as much as
Yeah,
possible, make her relive it.
that's exactly what he's
That's
trying to
not
do.
insanity. That's mean and evil.
And I had heard that there was some, I guess he thought maybe she was wanting to divorce him or something like that. And so that's why he had planned this. But I don't know if that's even true.
I don't
It's,
know. They said they fought every single day, you know.
yeah, I did hear that a neighbor had said that he was always angry. The guy was. Okay, let me find the trial from the other day. That's not it. Well, shit. Okay, hold on. Here we go. All right. Just a second, y'all. I'm fixing to pull up the court thing. All right, now, like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and cut it up as loud as I can get it, and I'm gonna mute out while it's playing. But for those when y'all are listening to it, y'all are gonna have to cut it up your volume all the way up, because once I cut it all the way up, there's nothing else I can do with it. So y'all have to turn it up as well. All right, and is Tonka still in here? I want to make sure she's ready. Scarlett, if you can't hear it, uh,
Put on the closed
yeah,
caption.
yeah, I can put it on closed caption. Hold on. Okay, so I got closed caption on it.
I love
All right,
closed caption.
you love what?
I love closed caption.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully the closed caption will be able to help a little bit too. Okay, Tonka, are you ready for it?
She said yes.
Okay. All right.
Well, she said years, but I'm pretty sure she meant yes.
Okay. All right. So, all right. So I'm gonna go ahead. Okay, she said she was. I'm gonna play it, and like I said, I'm gonna mute out while it's playing. It's 28 minutes long. I'm gonna try to listen for what they're talking about. This composite picture, because I don't remember hearing that.
All rise. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, let's get on the record, please. Okay, we're on the record. This is State of Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger, case number CR 29222805. Mr. Kohberger is in the court. He is represented by Ms. Taylor, Mr. Lobson, and Ms. Massett. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson and Ms. Jennings, also Mr. Nye and Ms. Beatty. And we're here for some motions, discussions. And before we get there, I want to address, really everybody, about the revised amended dissemination order. Clearly, there's some misunderstanding about who it applies to and who it doesn't apply to, because what I thought, and this is 100% my responsibility. I use the term agents, and the revised order says that the prosecuting attorneys, defense attorneys, any agents of the prosecuting attorneys and defense attorneys are affected by this order. Apparently, some of the media interpreted that as it doesn't apply to law enforcement, but it does. So law enforcement they are agents of the prosecuting attorneys. Now, I'm going to issue another another revised order, just to make sure that that is clear, because people seem to be very confused about that. Agent, definition of an agent is one that acts or has the power or authority to act. Another definition is one empowered to act for or represent another. So I'm going to include law enforcement for the prosecuting attorney's agents, and for the defense attorneys, investigators. So it's clear. I think it's sort of doubling down on the definition, but apparently that's necessary. I'm also going to add retained expert witnesses for each side, because we don't want to have a trial in the media or in the public. We want it to be in the courtroom. Speaking of that, a comment on the cameras. They're in the courtroom now, and I have deferred my decision about cameras. One of the things that's going to be really important, that is very important, is that the people with the camera and media need to follow the rules. And we've had some issues where people were pushing the envelope, particularly focusing on the tables where counsel sits. You are not to turn your cameras toward the top of those tables. And if you do that, you're probably going to have to leave the courtroom. Also, one of the things that happened in the Daybell case is that the cameras just continued to focus on the defendant. Don't do that. That's what brought the cameras to have to leave the courtroom in that case. And what I would prefer, if you want to continue to have cameras in this courtroom, is to back off and not. We have that. Yeah, make sure that's muted. Make sure that we just have the totality of what is happening in the court, and not just focus, for example, on Mr. Kohberger's face. So that was what happened in that case, and it's not appropriate. One other reminder to counsel: speak, and this is to myself, to speak into the microphone so we can have a good record. All right, I think those are my general announcements or cautions, and I think we've sort of boiled things down to some issues on motion to compel discovery. Some of those issues have been resolved, some have not. So let me go to you, Ms. Taylor, to start off. Where do we start?
Your Honor, we would request that we start on defendant's motion to compel and second motion to compel. I believe the third motion to compel will be heard on a different date.
True.
As it relates to the two motions to compel, and I'll present my arguments whenever the court's ready, but I can direct the court exactly to the numbers in those motions to compel that are still up for discussion today and requested.
And here we go.
Excellent. I'm ready.
On the original motion to compel, we are only seeking the court to order number 6 be complied with in that particular motion.
Okay, let me take a look at that. Number 6, and so this is the motion to compel discovery that was filed on May 4th.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Number 6. And that is request number 160.
That is for request number 160, and that was in the second supplemental discovery.
Okay, thank you. All right. And we're getting, is that me? Okay. Number 6.
Number 6 on that one, yes. On the second motion to compel, Your Honor, we are needing the court to order on request number 1, number 4, number 5, and I think that we have a plan for the other numbers, so those would be the 3 we need to work on.
Thank you. Make sure. Page. Okay, number 1 is request 1. Or it's request 23.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's number 2, request 4.
Okay, I apologize. 2. Request. Okay. And you said number 5.
And number 5, which is request 109.
That's the second motion to compel discovery.
Correct.
All right. You want to make an argument about those?
I would like to.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, first, I want to start with talking about the discovery process. As the court knows, we have been representing Mr. Kohberger since the very end of December of 2022. And during the course of the last several months, there has been a lot of discovery that's been requested and a lot that's been supplied. I come here asking the court to compel discovery. I'm seeking an order directing that we receive this discovery. I'm not seeking any other kind of sanction. I don't come here saying that the prosecutor has done something wrong. I come here saying that there are things that we have a disagreement about whether I should get them or when I should get them, and we seek a court order to assist us in this regard. Yesterday, we filed an exhibit that related to our motions to compel, and the purpose of that exhibit was to show the court how the discovery is coming in and what we are weeding through to try to find the information, and to let the court know that our office is making extraordinary efforts. Mr. Kohberger's team works nonstop, and when we ask for discovery, it's because we have reason to believe it exists. So I wanted the court of counsel to be aware it's not a fishing expedition. These are real items that are really necessary to investigate this case and prepare Mr. Kohberger's defense. So with that as the background and the frequent communication with the prosecutor's office to try to obtain the materials we need, we have come to an impasse in a few areas, and that's what brings us to court today. As the court knows, discovery is governed by statute 1309 and Idaho Criminal Rule 16. And the purpose of discovery is really to prevent an unfair trial, to prevent trial by surprise, and also to protect a charged person's rights to meet their defense. It protects their Sixth Amendment rights to have a sufficient and a prepared counsel, I should say, as we have a duty to investigate the case. So in preparing our case for Mr. Kohberger, we've asked for several things that we still need. I'll talk first about request number 6 in the first motion to compel, and that stems from discovery request 160. It's training records. These are training records of 3 specific police officers. Your Honor, we have not asked for training records for every officer that has had anything to do with the case. I would not want to stand here and let the court think that this is an exhaustive list of the officers that we might need training records for. But these are 3 officers that we've requested them for, and the state has indicated they're not willing to give us their training records. These 3 officers are officers that have each conducted critical interviews with critical witnesses in a case, made decisions about the interviews, made decisions about evidence, and conducted other kinds of investigations. We seek their training records to understand their processes. The training records, Your Honor, they are records that we've been able to obtain from various police agencies in the past. In this circumstance, are not records that I can find on my own. These are not things that are on the internet. They're not going to just hand them over to me. The 2 of the officers that we've requested them about are Idaho State Police officers. I have often received training records for Idaho State Police officers in the preparation of other cases during the course of my career. They are imperative for us to understand the specialty in interrogating and interviewing people, and for making the decisions that they make with regard to things taken as evidence in the case, or things followed up on or not followed up on. That is the purpose for those records, and we're asking the court to order the state to provide the training records for those 3 officers. Moving on then to our second motion to compel, and what we are looking for is a lot of information from the FBI CAS team, as well as the FBI forensic examiner team. What we're talking about here is the CAS team are the FBI examiners that use cell phone records to provide a lot of information that found its way into the probable cause affidavit that the state relied on in arresting Mr. Kohberger. I had the opportunity to meet with the prosecutor, and they indicate that we will be getting those items in number 1 and number 6 disclosed to us, but we don't know when. So I'm asking this court to issue an order with a date certain to obtain those records. These are bits of investigation that the FBI conducted that relate to Mr. Kohberger's cell phone, and the state has relied on that in their affidavit to say that Mr. Kohberger was in certain places at certain times. So these are bits of information and analysis that's been done since December. We are now at the end of June. We do not have those records yet, Your Honor. They are something that's been relied upon by the state for the PC affidavit to arrest Mr. Kohberger, as well as to obtain a variety of search warrants. It's information that the state has agreed we should have, so we ask the court for an order with a deadline to get that. I want the court to know I don't think that Mr. Thompson or Ms. Jennings are trying to withhold this. I think they'll give it to me when they have it, but I think an order from the court saying this is the date certain may help them get the information a little bit more rapidly. I'll move on to our last request, and that's number 2 in the second motion to compel, request number 4. And that has to do with the FBI forensic examiner that told the state to look for a white Hyundai Elantra. This is the examiner that originally there were certain years looked for, and that year range was expanded. I believe I have the communications between the police department and the FBI about how that date range changed, but what I don't have is the report from the examiner. I did receive the CD, curriculum vitae, from about the examiner late yesterday from the prosecutor's office, so I'm asking the court to order a deadline for the report to be given to the defense. Again, the court's read the probable cause affidavit that led to Mr. Kohberger's arrest, and the court can see that this vehicle identification was heavily relied on by the state to arrest Mr. Kohberger, as well as to obtain a lot of other search warrants. This is information that is very necessary for us to prepare our case. I don't think Mr. Thompson and Ms. Jennings are withholding anything. I think they don't have it, but I think we need a court order with a deadline so that we can get that. As the court is aware, the state has a duty to provide discovery to the defense. As the court is aware that not producing discovery, especially when it's material, can be a due process violation. And as the court is aware, the state has filed its notice of intent to seek death against Mr. Kohberger. These are critical, relevant materials, all of them, including the police training records. They're necessary for us to prepare and present our defense of Mr. Kohberger. They're necessary for us to do our investigation. They're necessary for us to prepare our case and our motion practice moving forward. These are things that we need to have. There is a heightened standard now that the state has filed its notice of intent to seek death, and these are very relevant, critical bits of information. They are discoverable, and we're asking the court to order that they be supplied to us.
Mr. Thompson or Ms. Jennings? Ms. Jennings.
So Ms. Taylor's correct. She has everything that the state has in our possession. And we have worked diligently and consistently in getting her all the information that we have in a quick fashion. To date, we have discovered approximately about 13,000 pages of reports, 13,000 photographs, over 10,000 tips, and over 51 terabytes of audio and video information. So we are down to just a few points of disagreement.
Sorry, am I?
Oh, is it okay if I say?
Yes, yeah, that's fine, thank you.
First, with regard to item number 6 on the defendant's first motion to compel discovery. This involves training records of a couple of officers. Again, these are officers who the state would argue are not material to the case. They've interviewed other witnesses. They wouldn't even be called by the state to testify at trial. And the state objects to this because training records of specified officers aren't included within Rule 16. And they haven't offered any reason as to why this would be needed for the preparation of their case. Again, these are investigators who have gone out and just interviewed some witnesses within the case. So we'd ask that you rule that this is outside Rule 16. And I would just remind the court that several hundred investigators have been involved in this case. Our concern with allowing training records for these few, which we can't understand why there's a substantial need for these particular ones, wouldn't open the door to us then having to go and obtain training records for these hundreds of investigating officers who've been involved, some of which are outside of our control. Moving on to the second motion to compel. As to item number 1, regarding cast information. Ms. Taylor has everything that we have. I've also, that includes reports from MPD officers. What she is seeking is a specific report from the FBI cast team, which I have indicated to her is in its final stages of review. And we are anticipating receiving sooner rather than later, and as soon as we do, we will turn that over.
Sooner than later.
Well, I don't have a date certain, but within the next few weeks.
I think Ms. Taylor wants a date.
I don't have a
If I'm
date.
not mistaken.
I've asked for a date, but that is not how the federal bureaucracy works.
That's, how about we say something like July 14th, unless there's some the reason that they can't get that to you.
No objection.
So, do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then the state has substantially complied with request number 4, which is the same types of information, but related to the identification of the vehicle. Would ask for the exact same date certain of July 14th, only to obtain, if there is one, a potential report that's outstanding.
Is that acceptable, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, I mean, if there's some pitch in that, I mean, we can explore that, see what we can fix it.
Looking for
Okay.
that takes care of everything.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings. Anything to respond to, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor. I want to give a little bit more on the police training records. I am aware that over 120 officers were involved in the investigation in this case. I am not asking for all 120 officers. I will tell the court that likely there are other officers' training records that I will want. This is within Idaho Criminal Rule 16. These are records, documents, and objects that may have information relevant to Mr. Kohberger's investigation and defense. These are records that are likely of witnesses. Whether or not the state calls them, they are likely to be witnesses. The 3 that I'm asking for now, they have critical roles at various stages. One of the officers did a Spillman search for 2011 to 2013 on bail entries to give to the FBI to look through this. One of that same officer assisted in the search for this same officer interviewed witnesses from the scene of 1122 King Road on the 13th of November. This officer did follow up with some of the key witnesses in the case. This officer signed an Ada County lab agreement, and this officer handled and collected evidence. The second officer that I seek the information from did an interview with a key witness that's expected to testify when this case goes to trial. This officer also mentioned a specialty of working with victims and trauma victims. I think those training records are very relevant. The interview of this key witness was one of multiple interviews of this same key witness by various law enforcement officers. There is a lot of information in the various interviews that's going to come into trial. This officer may well be subpoenaed by the defense to come to trial. That person's training records are very important. The last officer did multiple interviews, I think a dozen or so, many of them after the arrest of Mr. Kohberger. This officer also interviewed key witnesses in the case. This officer attended the autopsy proceedings. This officer followed up on tips. This officer made decisions about the tips that were given to law enforcement. And this officer also collected bits of evidence. Those functions that police officers make daily in their jobs, they make decisions about a case that later comes to court. They've made decisions about the case the state's going to present against Mr. Kohberger. They talked to key witnesses. How they do their job, how they were trained to do their job, and what they relied on is incredibly important. When they take the stand, they will say, based on my training and experience, Idaho Criminal Rule 16 talks about witnesses. This is information that the defense needs to conduct its investigation and preparation.
Any response to that?
Well,
I had a look. I thought maybe you wanted to say something else.
not necessarily, other than just to reiterate that this isn't covered by Rule 16, except for if the state were going to rely upon these witnesses and call them at trial. And then at that point, we would furnish all of that. Much of what Ms. Taylor is saying is just pure speculation.
You could say pure speculation, except she just had quite a list of what these particular officers were involved in investigations. So, sort that out. Is that it with the motions to compel?
For today.
For today, of course. No motions from the state. All right. Okay. Well, I'm going to take this under advisement. Look at the rules, some case law, and get a written decision on it. So with that, we're adjourned. Thank you all. Have a good rest of your day.
Okay. All right, Tonka, did you hear where she said it? Okay, I gotta get the link copied again because I had to copy something else. Lady V, did you or Stonegator hear anything about a composite picture?
No.
I didn't
No,
either.
and I was trying to read the caption.
Yeah, I was trying to keep up with it, but there was some words that they kept saying was wrong in it.
There was a few words wrong, but you guys kind of have to like go with what's being said before and after to kind of know what they're saying, I guess. But yeah, I didn't hear anything about a composite picture. Did Tonka say that?
No, she said it was towards the end, but she didn't hear it.
Oh,
Sally Mae, I have tried to get Tonka up here on panel, and she wouldn't come up.
I just, I don't ever remember hearing about a composite picture for him.
I don't either. And this time I could actually hear it a little bit better.
Oh, yeah. You did a good job.
So I don't know if they went in and like Law and Crime went in and did something with the audio or what, but
No, it's just the Scarlet boost.
it does sound a little bit better.
I was like, dang, I could actually hear it.
I know.
But I mean, I did the same thing though the last time I played it. I cut everything up and all that. See, I know I've heard it, but I don't know what it was in relation to.
Yeah, it would be nice to hear you on panel, Tonka.
Yeah, I wish she would come up, but she won't do it.
She's always saying very compelling, interesting things.
Right. She said no.
No.
She's like, I ain't doing it.
Oh, come on. It's like talking to your big sis.
Let's see, what would the picture be? 2 eyes and bushy eyebrows.
Yeah.
Kenny, I'm dead. I cannot deal with that.
I mean, I have a question. You know how like whenever they get a witness on the stand and they ask the witness, like, is the person you saw at such and such crime in the courtroom today? And they say yeah, and they ask, can you point him out? How's she going to point BK out if Dylan is asked that on the stand?
I remember those eyebrows anywhere.
I mean, I mean, is she going to point at him and say that? Like, those are the eyebrows I've seen?
I remember
that eyebrows.
I mean,
See those eyebrows in the court, ma'am?
Yeah.
They're right there.
Yeah.
Wait, what did Tonka said? If I were compelled to talk publicly, I would have a channel. Tonka, one of these days, I will talk to you, whether it be on the phone, on panel, somehow, other than just through letters. He'd have to have a mask on. That is true, Sally Mae.
It's true, Sally Mae.
He would have to have a mask on, like the one that she's saying that this person had on when she saw him.
Oh,
and
there
she would.
can't be a lineup, Kelly P, because they don't know what kind of mask he wore.
But hold on.
For a fact, anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just other than what Dylan told them.
Right.
So yeah, he would in order to do a lineup, they would have to have
Yeah.
a mask on.
Exactly like he will, exactly like he was, but in the dark, and all you see is bushy eyebrows. You know, it's kind of hard to put it,
Right.
Well,
recreate that look.
there was a creator that had a picture of him in high school and then a picture of some other guy that had bushy eyebrows. And I'm like, but that's not what his eyebrows looked at the time, because I remember us saying how crazy his eyebrows were. And he went to get allegedly get a haircut, and we were wondering if he was going to trim his eyebrows, and he did not.
Mm-hmm.
So I wrote to him, I'm like, hey, that's that's the wrong picture to use.
Well, see, in my opinion, I don't think it was like KDP says, like a medical mask. I believe it was like Mariah says, if it was just the eyes and eyebrows that she could see, maybe it was a ski mask that only has the eye holes and the mouth hole. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
But see,
that.
they didn't. That was the thing, though, because they never said in the PCA what type of mask. Just that it was a mask that covered his mouth and his nose.
I
So,
think like she would have saw forehead or like
his hair or something.
Yeah,
Unless he
right.
had a hoodie on with the hood up over his head or a hat or something on. But
If there was a fight with these guys, okay, it would make more sense for him to have to be prepared for that. You know, potentially, it would make more sense for him to wear, what are they called, balaclavas,
yeah,
and instead of a medical mask. I've always thought it was more like a balaclava myself.
That's what Michelle said, and I don't know what that is. Can you kind of tell me what that is?
It's the ski mask with the eyes and the nose holes and the mouth. The one they pull down all the way over their head.
yeah, it's like a. You know how
Wait, what?
I'm trying to think of how I could explain it to you that you would know what I was talking about being from the South. You know how like when you go hunting and it's cold, so they wear the mask that covers like the head. They
Yes.
pull it over their head with the eyes, just the eyes are out. It's one of those. You know what I'm talking about?
So you pull it up your head, not down your head?
No,
You pull it
over
over your head.
over your face. And then the eyes, you have holes for your eyes, and they have little holes, some of them for your nose and for your mouth.
You know what we're talking about?
No, but I will Google it because I'm not going to spend 10 more minutes trying to understand what a balaclava is.
Okay, wait. How do you spell it? BALA.
Balaclava.
Let me see if I can pull it up. Okay, here it is right here. Hold on. I gotta.
You're the best, Scarlett.
Thank you. Let me see it right here. One of those.
What? Oh, there we go.
So what's the difference between that and a ski mask?
They're the same thing.
What I said, it's a ski mask. And some of them have nose holes and a mouth hole. But
yeah. Chris Ann says it's a ninja mask.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's not two eye holes.
See?
That's one whole thing. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why she only saw his eyebrows. That's it right there.
Exactly.
Now we don't know for a fact if that's what he had on. But that's what a lot of people are saying, that it's a possibility, because she says he had a mask on that covered his mouth and his nose. She's claiming she saw the eyebrows, the bushy eyebrows. So, I mean, if you look at this picture right here, the mouth and the nose is covered and you can see the eyebrows.
Now, how do you say that again?
Balaclava.
Balaclava. Okay. Thank you.
That would make more sense to me
Yes.
if I was going to go do something, even if I was going to, rob a place. That makes more sense to me than wearing a medical mask, because the medical mask could have been pulled off too easily.
Right.
What do y'all think about the medical gloves versus thicker gloves like hunting gloves or something like that?
If I was him, I'd have the thicker gloves on.
Right. I don't think it
Because
was medical
those plastic
either.
gloves can rip.
Yep. I think it would probably be thicker, like leather gloves, maybe.
Yeah.
Leather gloves and a leather sheath for a vegan? Isn't that not, I mean, not a vegan. What was he?
Yeah, he
A
was
vegan.
vegan.
Vegan. Don't they not like meat?
Yeah, but is he a vegan because he is an animal lover, or is he a vegan for medical reasons?
I think for medical reasons, because he
Well,
stated, remember, allegedly it was because of his snow vision.
Visual snow or
That is
whatever it's called.
whatever it was.
Oh. Is red meat bad for that?
I don't know. I've never heard of visual snow until this case. And several months ago, there was a couple of different people that was in the chat that were talking about that they had it, and I didn't realize that it was that common until we were talking about it that night. And there was, I think, 3 people in chat that night that said that they had it.
Yeah, there were quite a few.
And
And
did it say that they do what they're describing happen to BK? Or is it like a subtle thing that
It's
doesn't
a
happen
very-
often?
Varying degrees too on how bad those old TVs, like from when I was a kid, and you see them in movies and stuff, and then like Poltergeist or whatever, where they pull up the screen and it's all snowy and stuff on the screen, or you get some static and it's kind of snowy or whatever. That's kind of what they're talking about. And there's varying degrees from very light snow to really bad snow. Now, allegedly at one point, he had told somebody that he couldn't drive at night because of it. I don't know if I think it's an all the time thing, but I don't have it, so I'm not sure.
I was wondering if it could be something triggered by something. Like, I have nystagmus. Never in my life had I ever heard of that before, except my ex-husband would tell me that when I would get mad or like, I don't know what else.
What?
Wait, what happened to her?
Told me that in my life. So I went to the eye doctor and he brought it up, nystagmus, and I was like, well, it's brought up by anger or by, something, an emotion. And I'm wondering.
Girl, we just missed half of your conversation.
Yeah, we didn't hear what it actually was.
You just like, you were talking, you went out, and when you came back, you were still talking.
Oh, where did I go?
I don't know.
When you were explaining what it was, I don't know what that is. You said your ex.
Something about your ex-husband, and then that was all we heard.
He told me that when I would get really mad or really upset, like my eyes would move back and forth. And
like from side to side real quick. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've heard of that.
In my life. And so the eye doctor brought that up to me one day, and I'm like, weird. My ex-husband told me the same thing. And I was just wondering if that could be something triggered, like, how my eyes go back and forth when I'm, upset or mad or with that emotion. I wonder if like adrenaline or, what he might have been feeling or whatever, that emotion could be what could bring it on.
I had watched
like that triggered.
I had watched a video about it because I was wondering exactly what it was. And I never heard that it had anything to do with that. I don't, possibly maybe a headache, but It sounds like it's pretty much a constant thing. Like tinnitus in your ears, the ringing in your ears, it's like a constant thing. And sometimes you notice it, sometimes you don't. That's how some people are. But he was saying he couldn't drive at night, which is, obviously wrong because he did drive at night. So I don't know, because I had assumed maybe that's why his dad came there with him to drive back home because of that situation.
Hmm. But he also self-diagnosed himself with visual snow. I don't think he ever went to a doctor and got officially diagnosed with it.
Yeah,
And
he
if
got
I'm
it.
not mistaken, he said that he was going to go vegan because he had read that that's supposed to help with it, and that's the reason why he went vegan.
Right, exactly. Hey, Scarlett, I'm burning up. I'm gonna have to jump down from here and get in the tub for a little bit. I'm frying.
Okay, well, hopefully y'all will get your air fixed in a few days.
Oh God, I hope so. It had to be this weekend, right?
Right. I don't know. Hopefully tomorrow, being Tuesday's a holiday.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
hopefully tomorrow. But anyway, I'm gonna let you guys go because I'm gonna go to bed after that. I gotta get up
Okay.
in the morning. So I will see you next time, and I
Okay.
love all of you.
All
Bye,
Bye,
right.
Lacey.
bye, hun. Message
Have
me sometime.
Okay, I will.
Give Scarlett my info so if she wants to message me, she can.
Okay, I'll give it to her on Twitter.
What? Just put it in the
I,
back chat. I don't want it
no,
on Twitter. I want my phone
no,
number on
no.
Twitter.
no,
She can.
pri-
No, she'll send it to me on a DM. Don't put it in the back chat because if anybody else comes up, they'll be able to see it.
yeah.
No, you can't see it until you've been up there. Like if I drop down, anything that was on there is off for me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
But
it's
if
okay.
she puts it up there, then people will still be able to see it.
No,
I'll
no.
send her
Anybody
DM.
else that comes on right now, they're not going to be able to see it because it won't show up for them. But anyway, just
Okay.
text me when you get my number so I know it's you. Otherwise, I won't answer. So,
Okay.
all right. Love you
All
guys.
right. We love you. Have a good night.
You too. Bye bye.
Bye. Let's see. All right. Stone Gator, you staying up here with me for a little while?
I guess if you twist my arm like that,
Well,
I'll stay up. What are you doing now?
I don't know. Just talking.
Oh, you gotta be
Talk.
up here speculating about Bryan after I said I was waiting for trial.
Well, I
You
mean,
can't.
there's nothing wrong with stating opinions or even speculating. Because nobody like we're not saying it as a fact because really we don't even know anything. But it's there's nothing wrong with just talking about it and all that.
Oh, and I wanted to say I remember when I brought up the comments in Sleuthy's chat, and it really isn't like opinions. I guess it would be their opinion, but tell me how you think somebody said maybe they OD and when he came in they were already dead. How much sense does that make? Do you believe that is even a possibility?
No.
Okay, that's the kind of crap I was seeing in that chat that people are going to go and spread in other, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
Oh my God, look at this. Like,
Yeah.
no, that's done. And that's stuff that I was
I
talking about.
I have seen some crazy stuff that's being said. Um, I've got there's like one person that they come in the chat one night and we had to end up booting them. And they keep sending me these emails and they're sending me these emails along with other content creators, and it is just some of the craziest stuff in these emails, and it's just like you're sending us this information, but there's no proof with it, and you expect us to just take it and run with it and put it on our YouTube channels, and I'm not doing it. Like you're providing nothing.
Do y'all
But
know who this person is, though, at least?
they have left their first name. I don't. I don't
Oh,
know exactly who they are. I don't know where they live at. Uh, I know the YouTube name that they come in under, and that is their email name. But they're saying that that person is their boyfriend, um, and they're
oh my
leaving their
goodness.
first name. But it's just like they're saying, watch the comments in your chat and go watch this person, and this person has studied this case. And I'm just sitting here thinking, but you know what? All of these people that you're sending this information to have also studied this case.
Right.
You know, and I'm not just gonna run with your stuff. And there was even another, because whenever they're sending it to all of us at the same time. So whenever you reply back, if you hit reply all, then that reply goes to all of us. And there was one content creator that replied back, and we all got it. And they're like, "Where is your proof?" Like, I'm not putting it out without proof to back it up, and they're not doing that. Autumn, they were just saying that I guess that there's a certain person that they're telling us to watch, and I've never seen this person in my chat before, but they're saying that she goes into these different chats and that she's studied this case, and she's some type of, I forgot what, I can't remember if she's a doctor or a therapist or something like that. And she's going in and she's giving her opinion on it, and all that, and saying who's involved and what really happened, and she studied it and she knows this case and all this and that, but there's nothing to back it up at all. And I'm not gonna do that. Spreading misinformation. And Taga, that could be it. I don't know where this person is from that's sending all this, but they're sending it to at least 8 that I can think of just off the top of my head, 8 different content creators in true crime that's covering this case. Let's see, I'd just like to know what BK has that is exculpatory. Kelly, I think that's like a huge question too, of him, and saying that BK knows that exculpatory evidence exists. Well, I mean, how does he know? Like, what is it? Uh, what is it that he's looking for within all this evidence that they have sent over to the defense? Like,
And
what?
why doesn't he have an alibi yet? Are they waiting for everything the prosecution has?
That doesn't make sense either.
When I was just watching that hearing again tonight, that's what it makes me feel like. They want every single thing, and I think that that's what they're going to try to use to build his alibi.
And it could be.
Lisa, I think it was asking about if you could go over the was it Papa Rogers, because they think that it could be Bryan. I don't know.
What about Papa Rogers? Because I don't have any of his stuff.
I used to go back and see if
Okay, Gina Marie, yes, that is the person, but I did not know that that's who that person was. But they came in the chat one night and just kept on and on and on, and then we had to boot them from the boyfriend's name.
Okay, she said, is there any way to go back and look at all the stuff Papa Rogers said? Because I think there's a good chance that was BK and that things happened the way he described it. And I said, I really agree with her on that.
Yeah, I don't have any of the Papa Rogers stuff. Like, I don't have screenshots from it or anything like that. But there was, if I remember correctly, there was something about, just from what he's heard, and this may not be verbatim, but something about what he's heard, or based off of what he's heard, he thinks that they must have found the sheath just because of what they said. Like, the wound, how the wounds were, something like that, or it leads him to believe maybe they found the sheath. He did. There was Papa Rogers did say that. Uh, Summer, can you send them to me? If you can email them to me, I will. I will show them. And then there was something I do remember there being. Um, I don't remember Papa Rogers posted that one though about being in shithole Pennsylvania. Now come find me or something like that. But I can't remember if he's the one that said that or not. Other people said that too. Let's see. Let me look. I have them say. Okay, thank you, Summer. And Summer, if you can't get to it tonight, that's perfectly fine. If you want to send them to me tomorrow, I can show them tomorrow. Whatever you want to do. Papa Rogers may not be BK, but someone else. Yeah, I know a lot of people think that he was BK because I believe wasn't it there a Facebook group or something was either created or deleted or something like that, like the day before he got arrested. Okay, thank you, Summer. The original timeline is the most accurate, and things have been adjusted to incriminate Bryan. Tonka, that's one thing. I was talking to Troll about this the other day. Y'all remember when this first happened? And they came out and they said that the murders happened between 3 and 4. And they were wanting everybody's cameras in that area for between 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. Well, if you interview Dylan and Bethany the day of the murders on November the 13th, and they're telling you the kids were home by 2 and asleep or in their rooms by 4, then you know that the murders wouldn't have happened between 3 and 4. So why did you ask people for those camera footages between 3 and 4 from the very beginning, when you should have been asking between 4 and 5? Because you had this guy on Linda Lane that had the camera on his apartment buildings that was pointing straight down Linda Lane to Taylor Avenue, who between, I think it was 2:45 and 3:15, I believe it was, they seen a light colored car going towards King Road, and he turned it into the police. Okay, so and then all of a sudden they switched the timeline up, and you have people looking now for the wrong time on their cameras. It made absolutely no sense. Like, they changed too much stuff up, the car, the timeline, everything else. Hey Denise, how are you? See, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, I'm just trying to read chat and I'm like so lost because I kept my eye off of it and now I don't know what's going on in chat.
That's why I have to keep scrolling back and forth. Let's see. Yes, it's Papa Rogers, Clay Jones, Natalie, all the same person. Justin, Papa Rodriguez. Natalie always signs from boyfriend's computer, but it's coming from Clay Jones. Yes, Gina Marie, that's who it is. And that's who they were in the chat under, is Clay Jones.
Oh, so you think that's who Papa Rogers is? But it's weird because didn't Papa Rogers stop writing when BK got arrested?
Yeah. And then a few months ago, Papa Rogers popped back up in one of the Facebook groups. But I don't know if it's the same account or not. I don't know who this Clay Jones person is. They came in chat one night. They were saying a bunch of crazy stuff, and we had to block them. Before before they ever come in the chat, they started sending me these crazy emails, and they're still sending me crazy emails. I actually got one from them yesterday, and it's basically always the same thing, and it's always to the same content creators. It's to me, uh, it's to several other ones that I'm
Oh,
not
he
going to
probably
mention.
copies y'all?
Huh?
He sends it to all y'all in one email? Like you can
Yeah.
see everyone he sends it to? Oh,
Mhm.
wow.
Yes. He
That's
sends it,
crazy.
like I said, I'm not, and that's why I'm not going to mention the other creators' names. But I know of at least, like I said, 7 or 8 that he sends them to, and he sends them all. He, she, whoever it is, they all of us get them at the same time. And if any of us reply back and we hit reply all, which I haven't replied to any of them, but if they hit reply all, then everybody who's in the email that got the email gets the email replies. That's how I know
Oh,
one of the content creators reply back and ask, "Where is your proof? You cannot expect us to go on YouTube and put this information out there without any proof."
next time he emails you, tell him to make his channel and go say all of his stuff on his channel if he wants to get it out.
KDP, you're
Since
welcome.
it's true.
Well, I mean, if it's Justin, Justin's got his channel back, and I think he's put 2 videos out, I believe. Twitter Justin that was
No,
saying all the disrespectful stuff about Dylan a while back.
I don't know Twitter Justin.
We ain't missing nothing in, but like several months ago, he was saying some really bad disrespectful stuff about Dylan, and I have questions about Dylan. I have a lot of questions about the 8-hour gap between her seeing the guy in the phone call, the 911 call. But the stuff that he was saying about her was very rude and disrespectful.
Oh, no.
And whether I have questions about her or not, right is right and wrong is wrong. And when you're disrespectful, like he was to her and the stuff that he was saying,
Mhm.
I don't like that.
No,
It,
Kenny. It's somebody else.
let's see, wait, where is Kenny? Oh, Betty's
He
just
asked if it was Justin for all.
no. I don't know who that is, but no. I have a theory about Dylan. It's not popular, but it makes sense. Tonka, if you want to put your theory in chat, go ahead. See, he followed me from Lauren Crum. I told him to shit. Wait, Mariah, who? Are you talking about Lumpy Larry? Is that who you're talking about?
Golly, Lumpy, Larry, Scary,
We had
Justin, Crazy Justin. Where are these people coming from?
well, we had to boot Larry. Larry's another guy because he was in here bothering people, bothering some of the women in the chat, and so Troll, my husband, had to boot him because he was bothering some of the ladies.
Wow. Dang, I miss all the good stuff when I leave.
Well, no, this was just like a week and a half ago. It wasn't very long ago when he was booted. Tonka, okay, that's fine. Just email it to me whenever you get a chance. See, y'all, how can Ann Taylor claim that there's no DNA linked to Bryan's car and apartment and no connection to the victims without receipts? Isn't that the defense's job to say this? I mean, Denise, the state did put in court documents that they have sent all of the car DNA stuff, the apartment, house, trash. I'm trying to think if there was anything else on that list. Over to the defense. And I mean, they can't put anything in a court document that's not true. So they have to be truthful in it.
Wait, hold on a second. So the fact that there's the no DNA in all of this stuff, the house, the car, the apartment, the office, is that coming from the defense?
That is what the defense put in a court document that came out on the 23rd. Well,
so everyone is going by the defense's The defense's
The defense,
yeah, what I wouldn't
but
say theory, what they're saying, everybody's going off of that and going around YouTube saying, "Oh, there was definitely no DNA." Just like that person up there, I don't remember the name. Shoot. Denise. I agree with Denise. You can't believe what the defense says. That's their job.
but the defense can't put out in a court document before the court something that is not true, especially when the if it's not true, the state can come back and prove that they're lying.
Oh,
And I mean, is Ann Taylor? What Jay Logston is the one who did it in that court document. Um, but nobody on the defense team is going to put something in a court document and present it before the court that is a lie or not truthful, and take a chance on ruining their reputation as a defense attorney, or with the state of Idaho through the public defender's office, or even lying before the court. They're not going to do it. Not for somebody like Bryan Kohberger or any of their defendants or clients or whatever. Like, I thought I just saw my name in one of these comments.
you do. Tonka, I mean, is it Tonka? Tonka said that you can send her theory to somebody.
Okay, wait, let me find it. Let's go forward. Okay, yeah, Kitty, if you want to send me an email and just put your YouTube name, Kenny Knackers, in it, so I'll know that it's you. And then that way, when Tonka emails it to me, I can email it to you. With the word.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna call a knife specialty store because I still say there's absolutely no way that you can only get DNA on a button of a sheath and nowhere else when you cannot close it or open it without having more than one finger on the button. So I want to know how that could be possible.
I need a damn knife with a knife sheath like that.
I'm serious. Like I was thinking about that earlier before Big Al kept kicking me off panel. That's what was happening. Okay.
Big Al was kicking you off panel.
Yes. And then he was sitting up here trying to be all quiet and innocent the whole time. He was kicking me under the table, kicking me out the chair. But it's okay, Big Al. It's okay this time. But anyway, hi H Town. Hold the knife while buttoning with the other finger. Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta picture this in my head. Hold the knife while buttoning with the other, but you still have to hold the sheath. Unless you put the sheath against your clothing, you would still have DNA on your clothes, right?
Yeah, probably.
Skin cells on the what? Skin cells on spit? What does that say? Put
Wait,
knife and
Sally
sheath.
Mae, what are you trying to say? Skin cells what?
Oh, it's a joke, Sally Mae. Okay, Z-Man. Okay, hold on. I think I got it. So you're talking about holding the knife like to the side a little bit so that you can close it and button it? That might. Okay, let me think about this because that's a good possibility. But that would I'm thinking of something that you would have to do really fast, which is probably why he left the sheath in the first place. Didn't realize it, of course. But I still don't know. I
I
don't
mean, I
know.
could see unsnapping it with one hand and just like a thumb, just like popping it open with your thumb. I'm trying to picture it in my head on how you would do it with one hand. I mean, I guess you could do it if it was laying down, but
See, Autumn, that's what I was thinking too. But why would they? I mean, are they really putting out pieces at a time just so that people can do what we're doing? I mean, why only say a button? Why even say that? Because in reality, I mean, it's really hard to put DNA on a button when you have to touch the whole thing.
hey, Missy, how are you? I mean, like, I'm wondering if his DNA. I'm curious to know how it got just on the button. Honestly,
But
Betty Joe, have a good night.
that's what someone said.
Because think
We
about it.
don't know if
It
that's the only place they found DNA. The report just states they took DNA off the snap of the sheath. So it doesn't even say if that was the only place it was found.
Yeah, it just well, it doesn't say the only place it was found was on the button snap of the knife sheath. It just said that that's where it was found, not the only place. Now, was it found anywhere else on the knife sheath? I don't know. I don't know how if it's found on the button or on the snap or whatever. I don't know how
Oh,
it's found only on that part and not on the rest of the knife sheath because like I said, if you would think somebody going in to to do a crime like this that they would have gloves on. But somehow it just happens to be on that one part. So did he clean the sheath off but he didn't clean off that part very good and left his DNA on that? Like, you see what I'm saying?
yes. And then, like, I'm leaning towards Nora's grandma because she said it's not just on the button. That's where they took the DNA from for the test. And I think that's possible because the button has grooves and, stuff like
Right.
that, that they could actually dig in there and try to get the DNA. Versus maybe the leather sheath itself. I'm not sure how it's exactly made, but I'm thinking that's a possibility that does make sense.
Well, you know that, okay, so on those sheaths, it's the way they're made. So like the where the sheath goes down, the leather part, where the blade part of it sits, there is I don't know if they're are they called rivets? Is that what they're called? Somebody in chat will know
Yeah,
what I'm
I
talking
think
about.
so. Yeah, I
Um,
think so.
so even if like leather, when you touch it with your bare hands, it's obviously going to soak up oils from your hands. But I would think that they, if they couldn't get it from the leather for some reason, which I don't know if they could or not, but if it has the rivets on it, I would think that they would be able to get it from the rivets as well.
I'm gonna
You're
have
gonna
to Google K-bar sheath just to see and see if it has any of that on the bottom. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that you've inspected the sheath on a K-bar sheath, right? Like in a picture?
wait. Say that again. I was reading Laza's comment. Laza's trying to get me to go back to school, y'all. She said,
Have you shown a picture of the K-bar sheath and y'all actually like looked at it like in
I
deep?
mean, I can pull one up. I can go to Amazon and pull it up. Hold on. See, Liza said going through DNA studies could be a good idea for content. In my opinion, the problem with Touch DNA would give you content for days. I even thought about doing like a course in criminal justice or something like that. I just don't know if I have time. That's my problem.
Can you do it online? Like
Oh, I
online
would,
classes?
yeah, there are schools that you can do online classes for. I just don't know if I have time. That's my problem. Okay, let's see. I want the United States Marine Corps knife sheath. That's what I want. Okay, my theory on the bottom of the sheath, he used his mouth and teeth while wearing gloves. Okay. Hey, Duncan, how are you? But Laza, honestly, that's not really a bad idea. Um, to do something like that, to go through a school or something, but I don't know if I I have time.
Her content's gonna be schoolwork, Lady Claymore.
Do it online with us. We will help with homework. Once upon a crime time. How are you? Okay, so there are two different. Let me go back up and look at this one. See, wait, does this one have rivets on it? No, so this one doesn't have the rivets.
I don't see nothing.
Well, no, I haven't pulled it up yet.
Oh.
I'm making sure that like whenever I pull this up, there's no. Let me just do this because I don't know if my stuff is. Like if I have any personal information on this one or on this account or not. So I'm just gonna screenshot it.
Kenny said he has a knife right here, like a K-bar. I wonder if he has a sheath for it.
Okay, so this one's got rivets. Okay. All right, I got two different ones that are for K-bar with the United States Marine Corps insignia on it, just like they said that this one has. Let me look real quick and make sure that there's no other different ones. All right, and then there is this one. There are several different, but that wouldn't be it because that one don't have the Marine Corps thing on it. Okay. Let me see here. Let me find my pictures.
I don't know how Dylan can own a K-bar whenever she's scared of her own shadow.
She could buy it from. Well, no, there's not an age on knives, I don't think, in the state of Idaho. I mean, she could have bought one. Her boyfriend could have had it. I don't know. All right. Let me pull this one up real quick.
Let me look.
Okay, I'm going to zoom in. So this one has right up here, it's got the little rivets, but there's the snap right up here. But see how it's got the rivets on it though? It seems like you would be able to get DNA off of those as well.
Yeah, right. That's what I was saying. But however, Kenny, would you even have room to move the knife handle over to button it with one? Look how the freaking there's no room because it's just as wide as the handle of the knife itself.
Yeah,
like you would have absolutely no room to hold the knife.
No, you would have to literally make sure that the button is unsnapped, put it into the sheath, and then wrap the strap back around the handle of the knife and snap it back.
But what about
you can pop it open with one thumb or with one finger, and that's what I was trying to see, like think in my head, if you're holding the upper part of the sheath, could you wrap your hands around the handle and the sheath and like snap it back with like your thumb and your index finger? You see what I'm saying?
But this is what I'm thinking of listening to all of you guys say this. Does he have actual time to even be that precise in the little time that they say that it happened in, about the time that it happened? Because like people are already saying, oh my gosh, how did he, unalive 4 people in this amount of time? Like, is he really thinking of only getting DNA, you know what I mean, on the thumb? Like literally thinking of holding the handle to make, like, does that make any sense? Like, would he actually have time to think that through while?
I mean, I don't know if he's the one who done it. Like, how long did he plan this? If he planned it, but I mean, I would think that you can plan out the perfect crime like this in your head, paper, computer, however you want to plan it out. But whenever you get in to do it, anything can screw it up.
Well, I think the adrenaline rush could absolutely fog up your
Right.
mind and, forget stuff, obviously. Look at what kind of guy we're talking about here with his background.
Right.
But I'm thinking, can you maybe get DNA in the branding part of the sheath or in the stitching part around it? Because it's not
Possibly.
slick. You know what I mean? Let me see what these people are saying in chat. They're
Let's
probably
see.
like, what?
This one here has all the rivets on it, where the other one didn't. So it's more than just. I mean, they're saying the snap on the sheet is where they got it from, but there's other places that it could have his DNA on it. Kenny, you want to come up on panel?
It was his backup knife, obviously. Yeah, please come up. That's why he dropped it. Pulling it out, it catches on the strap.
I got to take this off the screen because I can't do my invite with it up there because it's in my way. But let me put this out here. Kenny can come up if he wants to. All right, I'm going to leave this picture pulled up on my screen. That way, if I need to pull it back up on the for everybody to see, I can. Hey, R3D, how are you? That is a K-bar. The other one, a case. K-bar is a company.
Other Kate, what? It would still be a K-bar sheath for the knife, right? I don't understand. What does it mean, a case?
I think he meant the sheath. I think that's what he's talking about.
Oh.
Okay, if it was his backup knife, then what was his original weapon of choice originally intended to be used? I mean, there has been people who's wondered if there was other knives that would fit that knife sheath and it not be a K-bar knife that was even used.
Oh, so K-bar is, don't laugh at me. Please, none of y'all laugh at me. K-bar isn't the type of knife?
No, K-bar is the knife company. The sheath is just the sheath.
So whenever you buy a knife from K-bar,
Kenny, do you want to leave your camera on? If you do, give me a thumbs up. That way I'll go ahead and bring you up.
It doesn't come with a sheath?
Oh, wait. Kenny, it says your device is not connected. No, you have to buy, well, on Amazon you can buy, I don't know if they have a bundle thing where you get the knife and the sheath together, or if you have to buy them separately. But you can look up just the knife and you can look up just the sheath. Like they have two different ASIN numbers on Amazon.
But they don't have universal sheaths though, right? Because not all knives would. Okay, I want to hear Kenny.
Kenny, how are you?
Not bad. How are you?
Doing good.
Hey.
I got a few things that that you guys have been struggling with, and I think I've got like answers for it. Not
okay.
Like the 8 hours, I've got a trouble with it as well. To start off with, we all have trouble with the 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was some sort of communication problems with LA law enforcement, that they didn't accept the call. They thought it was a prank. Like, to begin with, there was talk about an unconscious person, and they wanted them to go and check on him. And if Dylan was terrified, she didn't, or thought it was a murder, and she didn't want to go near the bodies to check on them. So, and being hysterical in the moment, I think there might have been a bit of loss of time because of law enforcement anyway.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And the knife sheath, I believe there was talk before about different sorts of, like there was two different sorts of knives, or there was slashing and cutting, and we know that one of them lost fingers. So defensive move, like actually grabbing the knife would have sliced through the fingers. So if one of the victims was holding the knife, he would have went for maybe had a secondary knife that he in his pocket or something, or hanging on the side of him, and that's the knife sheath is dropped in going for the second knife. And then, think about trying to defend yourself against someone with a knife in each hand. It's really difficult.
Yeah, the thing with the fingers, though, that came from a source into Ashley Banfield one night that allegedly Xana, her fingers were almost severed. So I don't know if that's actually true or not.
Well, I do believe that, because that was even before Ashley Banfield was on the scene, that the police did put out that, or someone put out that there was defensive move.
I think that was Xana's
someone did
dad.
put up a fight.
Yeah, I believe that was Xana's dad that said that she had defensive wounds on her.
Someone definitely put up a fight, and that would explain the fingers. Because defending yourself, I've been attacked with a knife, and I grabbed the wrist and nearly lost my thumb.
Oh, goodness.
My brother tried to stab me in the chest. I saved my life, but I nearly lost my thumb.
Oh, wow. So sorry.
I caught him by the wrist, and if you can imagine, you put a pen or something in your other hand, and I've caught the wrist so that the knife is poking out the bottom of your fist. I've caught that, and then pushing it away, it's come down and just about taken my whole thumb off.
Oh, my gosh.
So, Scarlett, what do y'all think about what Kenny's saying about the two knives, and when he went to grab the other one?
So if one hand's got a knife in it, and you're trying to stab someone or attacking someone in some way, and they grab that hand or the knife and restrain it, his other free hand would have reached for his secondary knife. It could have been in his
could be possible. Honestly,
in his shoe or in his sock, and he's on top of him in the bed.
It's possible,
because it was found on the bed between the covers and her. So if he was straddling them, like they're laying down in bed going to sleep, the lights are out, and you jump on top of someone, they're pretty much trapped underneath their covers, getting stabbed. They get an arm out. They grab the stabbing hand and knife. He's reached for his secondary one that's, in his sock.
He could have got both of them at the same time like that with two, because if he would do one and the other one would get up and of course try fighting. But I'm talking about Maddie and Kaylee, not Xana and Ethan, because obviously we know Xana had those injuries. The other two might have not fought off. You know what I mean? Because they might have not had, I don't know. But that could be a possibility. And I was thinking, Kenny, while you were saying
restrained by your blankets and your covers.
Couldn't he use the knife blade from the knife to pop open the other sheath?
Not if his other hand is being held by the victim trying to fight back.
True.
Yeah.
I still don't see how he can only get. Never mind. I'm going with they took DNA from the button because of the deep grooves, and they can get the most whatever they're looking for, and that's what I'm going with.
I mean, and that could be very well what happened, because if he did clean the sheath off, he might not have cleaned that snap off very good.
Underneath the snap, yes. If I'm holding one right here, if I'm washing it, I'm not going to think to clean inside the snap.
Right. I mean, because that's very, you're going to have to get in there with a Q-tip or something like that to get all in those little grooves.
Yeah.
To get that wiped out and cleaned.
Just like they use for a DNA test, right?
Yes.
Right. And that's what I'm going by. They got DNA off of the button, and there could be possibly other DNA on the sheath, but they took just like what's her name said in the chat, they took the DNA from that button to dig into those grooves to actually get the DNA that couldn't possibly be wiped out without cleaning and with a Q-tip or something like y'all are saying. That's why they took the sample from there. And that's all I'm saying about it. because
That's all she's saying about it.
that's all we really know. We hear button, button, button,
Right.
and that makes perfect sense to me. So I'm not going into any more about why there's no DNA on the knife sheath, because
And you know he studied this, so he would have went well prepared. He would have thought he had cleaned both knives completely free of DNA. He's just missed underneath the button and dropped that sheath.
It's very possible.
he could have still even wiped the button and still have DNA at the bottom, especially with the sweating and that sweat getting in there and drying up. Maybe.
But he when he was picked up, you just read the items that were found on him. 4 gloves were on him when he's in the kitchen. So he was double gloved, I would presume. And he would have taken even more care to cover up if he committed these murders. So I would presume he would be double cover overall, like the people, like the team that go in to investigate the crime. They're wearing them coveralls and white coveralls, but he would have been wearing black ones or dark blue ones that you quite often see. That we work when I've worked with plastics and fiberglass and stuff. Fiberglasses wear coveralls that cover their whole body apart from their face, so that you don't breathe in fiberglass.
Yeah, like when they paint and fiberglass, like ships and stuff.
Yeah, just like painters wear and stuff. They wear them cloth coveralls and the latent footprint as well. Them booties that you see medical people work when they go into crime scenes and stuff, so that they don't leave DNA or pick up any DNA. Would have been wearing them, and that would take less than 30 seconds to get out of one set of them before entering your car and bagging it up. If he put down a plastic sheet or a plastic bag that he at his car, left his car door open, just
I don't
easily.
know. I don't know. Like, there has to be some sort of DNA of something in that car. Even if he took off his clothes off, and still, like, he would have to legit wipe it, like wash his hands with, like.
No, not if you're double gloved. And
oh, true.
With the if you've ever had like body piercing or medical work done, you see doctors and that wear double gloves so they can, if they take a piece off you, they enclose it in that first glove. That's how the driver's licenses presumably were found in his room as well, in his belongings.
That's another
the
thing.
Driver's license inside the glove, so that his prints are not on the driver's on the ID.
Oh, the ID's in a glove in a box.
Yes.
Do we know if that's the
he
victim?
wore double gloves so that he could dispose of things without leaving any of his DNA or fingerprints on them. It's quite obvious that he was very well knowledgeable on how not to leave a trace.
Hey, Tanya, it's going to be interesting to hear what those IDs were when this goes, if it gets brought up in court. Because I know a lot of people are wondering about those IDs, because it's been thrown out there that it's some of the victims' IDs, and then it's been said that it belongs to some other females, but not to the victims of the house, and then it could be Bryan's IDs. Like, I just want to know who the IDs belong to. Tony, hold on, I'm fixing to bring you up.
I thought whenever you read the documents, you actually read victim or something like that.
No, that was it Dayline? Because on the documents it says that it's IDs in a glove in a box. But I believe it was Dateline that said, was it Dateline? I can't remember who it was, but somebody said that it belonged to, there was 2 IDs and they belonged to the female, to 2 different females, but it wasn't females at the house. And then people went to screaming, well, could it be like some other victims from other crimes?
Yeah, when I first heard about it, I heard it was 2 other missing people. So I haven't heard anything since.
No.
There's
No
been
way.
there's been a lot of speculation about the IDs. And it could just come down to being like old driver's license or old school IDs. I every time I get my license renewed, I keep my old ones.
Do you keep it in a rubber glove?
No. I don't do that. But I do keep all of my driver's license. They stamp a hole in it, punch a hole in it, and they give them back to me. And I've always done that since my first set of license. Some people don't keep theirs. I have all of my school IDs since I was in junior high. Some people, I mean, and it could be that,
Yeah, no,
you know.
it could be, but I don't think so.
So it's going to be. Hopefully, that'll get brought up in court. Who the IDs belong to, and put
But
that
regardless
rumor to
of
rest.
it, the fact that they're in rubber gloves sounds very suspect to me.
But how do we know they're in rubber gloves, though?
Well, true. So it does just say gloves, but still,
Right.
I suspect he's got a fascination with wearing rubber gloves, and
Right,
Yeah.
considering the
That's all we
double
hear about.
glove.
It's like the latex gloves or whatever that he always has. So and it very well could be in some latex gloves in the box of latex gloves. I don't
he
know.
had four pairs of gloves on him, so at the time. So I think that's pretty significant that he's a
I
double
think,
glove.
honestly,
The only
how
reason you're wearing
like
double
that.
gloves is so that you can remove them and have another clean pair underneath ready to go.
I
So
just think that I think that, like people who have really bad OCD and have or they call them germaphobes, and that's why they wear is the latex gloves or the rubber gloves, because they don't want anything getting on their hands. I could see him being like that. Or he
Excuse
could
me, Scarlett. Tony turned his camera off, but I really wanted to say hello to Eva, but he turned his camera off. So hi, Eva, you're so beautiful.
Yeah, Brad, you can come up. Let me get the link for Brad.
Look how pretty she is, yo.
She's like all laid out and covered up and everything else tonight.
Thank you, Tony. Hello, baby Eva. Okay, I'm a dog person, sorry.
She's like, oh no, not the camera again.
Oh, hi, beautiful. Aw. Okay, I'm done now.
She's like, I'm getting away from the camera.
Jeez, can't a dog rest in peace?
Tony, you're upsetting her.
Aw.
Poor thing.
She's like digging her face in the arm of the sofa, like, get away.
She had a big day.
Poor thing. Let's see. All right, Brett, I'm fixing to bring you up. Okay. All right, Brett,
Hey,
how are
Brett.
you?
Hey, how's it going, everyone? What's up, Stone Gator? Good to see you. Good to
Yeah,
see
you too.
everyone.
Good to see you.
Nice to meet you, Kenny.
Yeah, likewise.
Good to see you, Tony. Scarlett, of course.
buddy.
Good to see you as well. How are you?
Good. So so if a person is so smart to double glove and all that, and then do you think that they would also be dumb enough to bring their own car and have their own phone, whether it's shut off or not, and drive back and forth in front of the place like they're lost? I mean, I guess we don't know how many minutes were in between each pass, but I mean, it happens over what, like a 20 or 30 minute time?
Yeah, I believe the first time, I can go back and look on the PCA to be sure, but I believe the first time was like 3:29. The first time it's seen on camera coming towards the house or close by the house.
I seem to remember 3:26, but
Okay, that could be it then.
right. But at any rate, I mean, like either he's like, yeah, I mean that really is still like a major reason why I think that it is possible that he's unaware of the situation in some way, because and you know, if you're trying to commit the perfect crime, in my opinion, that doesn't include going to prison first. You know what I mean? Like,
Right. Yeah.
so like I'm still, I mean, I don't know which one of us it was that first came up with it, but it was on this show, was the first time I ever heard it. I don't know if it was you, Scarlett, or if it was myself, but we were having a conversation when it came up. You know, maybe he's just, you know, super psycho and wanted to try to beat a case and be able to write books. I'm still not feeling that personally.
I remember that being brought up, but I don't remember which one of us said it.
Yeah. It came up in conversation, and it was like one of us was talking about something, and then it was like, maybe that's what's up.
It was almost like he did all of it to get caught on purpose so he could beat the case.
I feel like it was actually me that said it, but it might have been you, so I'm really not sure. Not that it matters that much.
Right. Yeah,
You
because
know.
Lord knows I can't remember who.
But you know, Stone Gator, I think you were asking. I mean, I actually don't necessarily think that that Bryan's innocent. Number one, I never have. But I also don't think that he's necessarily guilty, and I think there's, in my personal opinion, I think that, you know, all of what I just mentioned is part of it. But if I was going to make a list, number one, you're talking about someone that has zero criminal record, except for an expunged cell phone that he stole from his sister, allegedly. I guess that's true, but
But if it's expunged, okay. So do y'all remember, like a while back, after he got arrested, and the police came out in Pennsylvania and said that they were going to check into like other cold cases that they had out there to see if maybe Bryan might have been involved in those, and then they came back later on and said no, they don't see any connection to any of the crimes that they have out there that hasn't been solved, and that he didn't have any prior run-ins with the law, no criminal history, no nothing, except for the one time whenever his car got locked behind a gate or something, and he had to call the police. And now all of a sudden he got arrested when he was 19 or 20, but that's been expunged off of his record. Well, if you could see it now, how come the police in Pennsylvania couldn't see it then? That's why I have a huge issue with it. Like, how do you know that it's a fact if... Okay, I hear an echo.
that might be me then.
Stone Gator, I think.
Okay. How do they know that there's this record that's been expunged if it's been expunged and you can't see it? Like, who came up with this? Who found it? Where's the proof of it at?
I actually don't know, but I don't see it as being a real big issue. I mean, it's violent crimes, you know, that would make a real big difference, and that's the point of it, in my opinion. You know, I mean, granted, like someone could have been getting away with other stuff, violent acts that nobody knows about yet. I mean, there's plenty of serial killers that have admitted to multiple other victims that no one, you know, there were cold cases that nobody knew who did it. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I always think anything is possible, but, you know.
That's what I was thinking. Not all criminals get caught.
Right. Stone Gator, what was the question about the sheath again? Because that was kind of like originally why I was getting on.
Oh, it's just basically saying about the button and how can you button the button without touching the rest of the sheath. But remember, I'm not going into the sheath anymore because I figured it out.
Well, if you're wearing gloves when you clean it, you know, you wouldn't have to worry about touching the sheath, you know. Like, I think, you know, although the leather is porous, you know, minus like stained blood, and I believe you could probably maybe even get blood off of a sheath if you did it soon enough. I don't know about with the amino black or, you know, those other methods, but you know, if you were trying to make sure that the sheath was cleaned, you could just simply put gloves on first and then bag it. But, you know, if you're so smart that you're doing that, you know, I just feel like no one intentionally left that sheath unless they intentionally left that sheath, if you feel what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So,
Couldn't have
like,
cleaned if it was left at the scene, right? So
yeah, so why would you even bother wiping it down if it was
right.
attached to you like it's supposed to be, or you're taking it out with you like one would imagine someone would?
Mhm.
Then why even bother worrying about wiping it? But like
Right.
I was saying the last time that I was on here, and this would go arguably towards the prosecutorial side of things. You know, the place where they say that the DNA is, which is not on the outside snap where you close it, but the inside snap where it's the
Oh,
mating surface, if I remember correctly. And I don't know if anyone's really told us. Does it say that in the PCA Lost?
If it says what now?
When it describes the DNA on the sheath, it just says single source male DNA, right?
Yes.
It doesn't say that it's on the male end or the female end,
No, it just says
or
on.
even the snap, or no.
It just, hold on, I can pull it back up real quick. But it just says it was a single source male DNA. Excuse me, y'all. My allergies are killing me tonight. Hold on, let me find it. Let's
Okay.
see. Single. Okay, it says. Wait, I don't need that one. I need the second one. Give me a second. Let me find it. Okay, it is the Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA suspect profile left on the button snap of the knife sheath.
Okay, so it does say button snap.
Yeah.
So that could be on the outside or the inside then.
Right.
I'm assuming.
Yeah.
But like I was saying in the last show, if you were cleaning it to intentionally leave it, let's say, or you're just cleaning it just in case, maybe someone actually would do that and then put the gloves on. I don't know. I don't see it, but that would be the most likely spot where you would be able to miss it. You know, like if you're trying to clean it, even with a Q-tip, maybe you might miss a few cells that are deep in the well of the male end or the female end. But I would guess, my guess would be the male, you know, the male part, because it's just like a button on your pants, you know, just like a snap on your pants.
Right.
Where, you know, there's an indent there, and if you put your finger on it, you might scrape something in there, I feel like. And so I feel like that would probably be the most likely place that there'd be residue found if someone was intending to not have it found, I guess.
This case.
So Brett, are you saying that he wiped it off and left
No,
it there intentionally?
I'm saying no. I do feel like someone. Here's what I feel like. I feel like where they say that it's at. How is that? How is that ending up there? If it's somewhere, it should be alongside the bed or on the floor, or
Well,
you
what
know.
about if he was on top of her, like Kenny said, and maybe in the tussle it got stuck and he didn't realize that when he pulled himself up or whatever that it got stuck right there. Do you think that it was
Describe that to me again, because when you wear a fixed blade knife, you either wear it on your belt or you put it in a boot. I mean, those are the ways to carry it.
But
if it was in a pocket, even if it was in a pocket, like let's say he's wearing a full jumper, and there's like long pockets on, where your normal pockets are. They're pretty long, and then there's like shirt pocket type pockets. The one I have a winter suit that is like a knockoff Carhartt. I call them my winter pajamas because you can just throw them on and go. You don't have to worry about nothing else unless you're planning on taking them off. But anyhow, even if it fell out of a pocket, I still don't see how it's ending up partially underneath a victim and a bedspread. Like it does. I can see why someone would try to use the operative word placed, because it seems like that. But I don't know whether it is or if it isn't any more than anybody else does.
If you had it strapped to your right leg or shin or in your boot, and you were straddled over your legs either side of a body, and maybe it was tied with cord or something like that broke. We don't know, but something's made it come loose, I think. But you could be right; it could be planted.
I mean, I've carried fixed blades in my boot before, and I've never ever had one come falling out or even come near to trying to fall out.
Yeah,
but
if you're doing it really quick in a struggle,
I certainly wouldn't enter. Like I wouldn't even walk through the woods with it just loose in my pocket. If it was loose, it would be in a backpack or something like that.
I totally agree. Mine would normally be on a belt or a good, or even when diving, like diving knives is strapped to your leg.
Yeah.
Double strapped. But in wearing disposable clothes that he's got to get out of quickly to get into the car.
Yeah, if I was going to bring it to some, I don't know, I feel if it was that type of situation, which I would hopefully never be in, oh, did I lose you guys?
No, we're still here.
Okay. Yeah, I think I definitely wouldn't, if I was going to hold the sheath in hand, I'd just leave it in the vehicle or something like that and just hold the knife,
But I said, secondary backup, because the first knife was being restrained.
But you guys, people that are knowledgeable in this knife,
maybe
is it possible to do this to 4 people and still have it as sharp as it is when you started? Because I know I heard it.
It's not it's not really the knife I would have chosen. It's not a great choice, really.
Every time you cut with a knife, even if it's a piece of paper, the edge is dulled a little bit, pretty much. I mean, I don't know the answer to that question, but I do feel like my gut feeling is that's just a sheath. I don't even think that that's what the murder weapon.
Absolutely.
I don't think it matches the murder weapon.
No, it doesn't.
Brad, between me and you, forget they have people in here, okay? There's nobody in here between me and you.
Okay.
Do you think it was planted?
I think it's a possibility, to be perfectly honest. I do. I think it's a possibility. I think that it becomes more of a possibility for me, considering that I honestly don't think, even though I don't know him, I've never met him, I don't think that almost anyone would ever be stupid enough to commit those acts in their own vehicle. And if they were, then they probably wouldn't drive back and forth out front or park nearby where it could be easily seen.
Or take your phone.
And here's the thing too, with this phone being either shut off or in airplane mode, what if he's never been there before, And what if his phone did die and he's trying to figure out where he's going to maybe pick someone up, let's say, or hook up for his D connection, so to speak. You know, but
right now.
that doesn't get his DNA in the house, though. You know what I mean? So, you know, there's always like the puzzle pieces aren't perfect, but you know, like I feel like there's definitely more to it somehow, and I feel like we're definitely all going to be jaw dropping at some point. And that's
I think that too. We're going to hear some stuff that we didn't think that we were going to hear. Probably hadn't even thought of, and all of our jaws are just going to be like boom, hit the floor.
Yeah, I agree. I reckon prosecution's going to pull out some big info like on us.
Especially because everyone's saying, does prosecution have enough? Does prosecution have enough to get him convicted for a death penalty? We're about to find out what they all have. What they have.
Yeah, and if that happens to not be the actual murder weapon, then it becomes more suspect that sheath is there, in my opinion. You know, not less. Like how it got there and all that.
That's another thing I want to know. So if he wore gloves and all this and got rid of it before he got in his vehicle to get no DNA in the vehicle or whatever, like you're saying,
yeah.
Well, how did he bring the knife with him to get rid of it? Like, did he wipe the knife off? Like I don't know. He's book
Put it in
smart.
a
Okay, I'll
bag.
get that. Huh?
Put it in a bag like you would with evidence. Just put it in
But
a plastic
wouldn't
bag.
so just a knife? Wouldn't the knife puncture the bag?
Possibly, yeah, it's possible.
Have a stronger bag inside the bag.
Oh, that's too much now. Come on, Bryan Kohberger. You need to think about that.
Maybe he double bagged his bags.
Oh,
I mean, he does put personal belongings in Ziploc baggies, so you know he ain't got a problem with putting personal belongings in bags. Just saying.
Wrap the knife in the overalls that you just took off. Quite possible that he, put down a plastic sheet and a plastic bag, went and did the murders, come back, stand on the plastic, take off your coveralls, wrap it up, bag it up, knife, everything in the bag, and jump in and go. So you're turning everything inside out. Think about the way doctors and that use rubber gloves. Or they take a specimen or anything, they pull the glove over the item.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no escaping of any substance or fingerprints or anything.
But you can't put a latex glove over a knife.
You could, but
to
it doesn't matter.
DNA,
You drop the knife. You drop your overalls, drop the knife on top of the overalls, wrap it up in the plastic that you've dropped it all on. It's all gone.
But would he have enough time to do that though, with just a little between
that would take 30 seconds. You take off one piece of clothing and two gloves. How long is that going to take you?
Well, he's got shoes on that he would have to take off in order to take the
they're
bottoms
inside
off.
coveralls. You can have coveralls that go right over your shoes. Literally cover all.
Let me see if the chat is even agreeing with anybody up here.
I can't see the chat, but they always hate me when I talk.
Yeah, you can see the chat. Who they got two Aussies up here, so I don't know who's who. Who's talking?
Aussie.
Oh, you're not? Where are you from?
New Zealand.
I'm sorry. My bad. I'm sorry. Okay.
I've got a soft spot for Aussie, so it doesn't matter.
Please don't. Okay, I'm good. Just forgive me this one time. Kenny,
Yes.
I forgot what I was going to say now. I don't know. I'm sorry.
How do I see chat? Do I go back to YouTube or something?
Yeah, go on in the studio one. Click on live. You know, it says private chat, comments, live and starred. Click on live.
What?
At the bottom, it says mic, cam, chat, more, and leave.
Oh, yeah.
Click chat, and then it'll be in a private chat automatically. Look up top, and it'll say comments, and just click on the comments, and you'll see everybody's
Oh, there I am. There. Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm officially learning stuff. Nice.
That's
Never
why I
too
don't
old to
go.
learn.
That's why I don't go on StreamYard from my phone. It's too complicated.
Yeah, I just mute the YouTube tab, but I actually have it on my television through my Xbox also.
But okay, no way. Coveralls would work over clothes, but the knife wouldn't be in Van Sol's shoes. But do we really think that he wore Vans to commit this crime, especially if he wore stuff on his shoes to protect from footprints? Would that even be an option to be his?
I would think somebody that's going to do something like this is going to have boots on.
I would think that too, but that's just me though, I guess, because I'm always wearing boots.
I mean, that's what I'm always in is boots.
Do we know anything about what he was wearing on his feet?
No,
Apart from a latent footprint?
No, we don't know any type of shoes that he had on that night. All we know is that he had black clothing on, and he had a black mask on.
I thought they did confiscate some shoes, though. I thought I remembered something about sizes and whatnot.
There was a pair of shoes that he had on when he was arrested that was a size 13.
Okay.
He absolutely cannot commit a crime in a size 9 shoe if he's a size 13. But no way.
Who said size 9? I keep hearing that, but who said that?
And Paula says the shoes were a size 9. Do we really think a 6 foot tall, 285-pound man wears a size 9?
No, I don't, but a 6 foot woman probably would. So who's saying that? Like, I know someone said it in the chat, but where's this information coming from? Because I've never seen it anywhere.
Well, the Van shoe print came from the documents. However, what did they have to use to see it, Scarlett? Do you guys remember?
Amino
black. Yeah. and the bigger question is how it's there, in my opinion.
Right, and the placement.
And it's never been said what size shoe print it was.
How is it latent, though? That's the real question.
It was just a latent footprint of a shoe that had a diamond pattern sole like those of Van shoes, but it never said what size. The only thing that's ever been said about a shoe size is when he was arrested, it said that he had a pair of shoes on that were a size 13.
Would you consider it latent if the shoe was wearing coverings? Like, would that not be considered latent?
Anything latent is something that can't be seen with the naked eye. So you
couldn't identify the footprint properly
until the amino black,
because it was wearing covering, maybe.
Wait.
Latent seems to suggest it's been partially cleaned off or scrubbed off, or someone's walked over it or something. To me.
Thank you, JJ.
I have a question again.
Mm-hmm.
Tonka said that means it was blood, which would mean it had been cleaned up. But was it carpet flooring or was it tile?
It was
whatever.
It's linoleum. It's either linoleum or it's that tongue and groove type floor that they had, that you can get, like the wood look or whatever. It wasn't hardwood, but it was either linoleum or the tongue and groove look.
My understanding is that it's proteins, that are like mixed with other bodily fluids or something. Like it's proteins that we all.
This word latent
carry.
seems to mean a lot.
But the fact that it's latent and not visible to the eye, and that they used chemical reactions in order to be able to see it, does suggest to me personally that it was faint enough that it couldn't be seen with the human eye, and it does suggest to me that it was probably cleaned. I don't know if that's true, but
Okay, so then I have another question. Did they spray the floor with luminol first and then with this stuff, or do they use amino black in place of luminol? And Tonka says amino black is used to detect blood.
I think they go with those lights over it first, then they go for the fluids and things, if I remember right.
I don't know if they used luminol at all, but the only thing that it says in the PCA that they used was amino black. Like with the luminol, you would spray it on whatever you're looking, wherever you. Let's just say if it's in the bathroom on the sink, they would spray the luminol on it and then go over it with a black light. And if there's blood, it's gonna illuminate.
Okay, thank you. Whoever just said that, Betty Joe. So they could use amino black instead of the luminol.
Yeah, and that's what they have in the PCA. Was that it was found by using amino black.
don't they usually use the luminol first and then the amino black?
Let me see. I don't know how they do that.
Really funny of the time, the kind of shoe it was if they weren't wearing covering. True, Bryan Paula. I doubt they'd have been able to determine the kind of shoe it was if they were wearing covering.
Yeah, I wish they would tell us the size of that footprint.
That tread could put an imprint through a covering. Depends how thick the covering is.
Okay, so it says during the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to a pattern of a Vans-type shoe sole just outside of the door of DM's bedroom located on the second floor.
It's probably her shoe.
I mean, I think everybody up there probably wears Vans shoes.
One of the bags that they brought out when they were loading up the U-Haul, I zoomed in on it, and I counted at least one for sure pair of brown Vans, and I think it was two other pair in the one bag.
Mm-hmm. So, and if I'm not mistaken, on the one body cam footage, the night that they went, that they had to get Maddie on the phone, and the girl answered the door, and everybody thought it was Bethany, and it ended up being the girl Emily. She had on a pair. I believe Hunter, the day in the Kaylee body cam footage, I believe he had on a pair. I think there's several different pictures of Xana that had on Van shoes. So
that's why I think it belongs to somebody at the house, in my opinion.
It could be. It could have been one of the kids that might have stepped in the red stuff, not meaning to, but
stepped
could
in
have.
So someone tried to wipe it up. That's
right.
Why it's latent.
Yeah. So I mean, they could have very easily done that.
Yeah, that was definitely one of my thoughts, that it happened by accident, and they're like, well, we better get rid of this one quick,
Right.
Yeah. Not even being necessarily, having anything to do with it. But
yeah.
But then they would probably that would probably be in their statement. And then why would it be included in the PCA?
Yeah, because it does say also in the PCA in that same paragraph where they're talking about that, when it says it was located just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on the second floor, this is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel.
Hey, Brett, I have a question.
Shoot. I'm ready.
I forgot.
That's
Got
all right. It'll come back to you. But
That happens all the time, guys. Not a surprise. I was listening to Scarlett say what she was saying, and I totally forgot. I'm gonna think of it again.
You could write
no
it in
worries.
chat.
But yeah, the fact of no criminal record, the fact of you can't be super smart and super stupid at the same time.
You
In my
can.
opinion,
You can be book smart and not street smart. You can be stupid and smart. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You can
Okay.
be unsmart and smart at the same time, in my opinion. But
Yeah,
that's
Because if you ain't got the street smarts, you can slip on some stuff.
and I think that's what the problem is with him, because he might be, have this
didn't know.
awesome background and have studied well and, all this and that, but yet it all looks good in his head, like you say. But then when he goes to actually commit the crime, it's all messed up because, it's not the same way he thought of it in his head.
then explain to me how there's no victim DNA in the car and anywhere. Then if he's so book smart but not street smart, then how is it that he's so well prepared and everything else to get out of there with his inside out stuff into a shower curtain or a bag or whatever, but at the same time he also drove around there looking stupid on everyone's camera and in front of everybody's house.
I wanted to tell you.
It's normally only one little mistake that catches them out.
Fred, why would somebody set him up? Like, legit, did they drive his car 12 times in front or behind the house? Like, I don't understand. I understand people might be saying, oh, they're trying to, just say he did it because they want to just hurry up and solve the case.
The car never drove around the house 12 times. The car pinged on a tower that's the same tower within a 10-mile radius of their house 12 times.
I thought they saw it pass in front of the house, like no?
They might have.
They say they have it on camera.
Yeah, that's what I thought they said.
He does a 3-point turn almost in their driveway.
If they have a number plate, they have the car. Otherwise, they have a car identified by the FBI as a different year.
Say that again, Tony.
If he used 2 cars, there'd be no DNA.
If he used the car if somebody brought him and they actually searching his car and there's nothing in his car because he wasn't in it after, is that what you're saying, Tony?
Do you remember what I said the other night?
I do.
I wasn't here.
Okay, the other night I said that maybe the reason why there is nothing in his car, if he is the person who done this, is because there is another car that is like his. Someone dropped him off. Someone came back
or he changed the plates.
Somebody came and picked him up in a car that looks like his. They have this car on camera thinking that it's his car because it looks like his car. And so when he got into this car that's on camera, there's going to be DNA in that car, but there's none in his car because he didn't get into his car. You see what I'm saying? Because his car wasn't there.
So what did he do? Go around town looking for somebody with a white Hyundai Elantra and buddied with them and just...
There was 22,000 white Hyundai Elantras in that area.
In what area? In the whole state of Idaho?
In the area of whole state. There was 90 on the campus of the University of Idaho campus.
Yeah, well, a lot of that comes from out of state too, I'm sure. But
What if he had a
22,000.
cheap unlicensed one?
I mean,
Well, I googled the most popular vehicle in Moscow, Idaho, and it just pulled up Idaho, and it's a Ford F-150.
What if someone stole his car and his phone happened to be in it, and they did it all, and just reparked his car? I mean, you know.
It's a good way for DNA to get on the chase.
Yeah. No, I don't know what happened, but I'm just saying, like, you don't, you know, if he's really the guy, I just don't see how, you know.
There's a million possibilities, but I think they law enforcement are on it.
it's going to be very interesting when it goes to court or goes to trial.
Yeah, I feel like the only way I feel like, you know, if he really just wanted to go through the court system and write books after getting acquitted or something, maybe, but otherwise you just wouldn't act. You wouldn't act in that way. And then, like, if you know, if there was victim DNA somewhere, you know, like if they could, if they had that, I'd be singing a whole different tune right now. I mean,
Right.
We don't know. They don't. They might have found where he dumped all the stuff that he was wearing.
If they've got it, they haven't disclosed it.
Just, you know, the prosecution says that they've given over everything except for what they're asking for.
And that's the CAS stuff, which is the cellular data stuff for the cell phone.
And
the officer's things.
Bits
The
of it,
officer's
aren't they?
record. There's a few things they're still after.
I couldn't hear what either one of you said because you're both talking.
Wait, y'all say that again?
They're still waiting for three things, I think. They're waiting for the reports on the training records, whatever, of the officers.
Yeah, the three officers and the CAS team from the FBI CAS stuff is what she's asking for.
Yeah, aren't they asking for their processes or something?
The what?
Their processes for the DNA or something like that.
I don't think that was brought up though, was it?
They got that now.
Because there was some
Maybe
things that
it's
she
not.
was supposed to be that she was wanting to bring up. There was like 4 or 5 different things that she had motioned the court to talk about Tuesday, and then whenever they got into court, she said that there was a few things that they had already gotten taken care of or were working on or whatever, and most of it, the stuff that she's asking for in court on Tuesday was the CAS stuff and then the 3 officers' training records.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they're like the grand jury stuff. That's not been taken care of. They're gonna get it. They're just working to get everything like they're not going to get the jurors' names and they're not going to get the deliberation stuff. They're not getting it. So they got to redact it. I'm trying to think of what else was it that came out the other day.
I have a question.
Okay.
If Ann Taylor had, to me, having no DNA in every single place he has been, his house, his office, the car in Pennsylvania, all of that, that's a big thing to me. And if Ann Taylor had that, why is she steadily still searching for something that the prosecution isn't turning over in order to, in my opinion, build her defense? But wouldn't that be where her defense would be built around? If that was factual?
Yeah, she's just going to get as much as she can, raise as much doubt as she can. That's just one other area, in my opinion. It's probably not enough to get them off, but it's one thing that will add up.
They definitely haven't disputed, like, openly the DNA being his at this point. You know, like.
So I've got a question.
Okay.
If the defense is, or the prosecution has given evidence that he's committed the crime, do you think they would release that?
Yes, I think they have to. They have to
No,
release
but
all
would
of
they
that.
release that to the public, to us?
No.
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 The only thing that we're going to see is what is in the court documents whenever they come out.
I know, but the defence is releasing that there's no DNA. Do you think they would say that they have been shown evidence that he has committed it?
Prosecution would be like, let them think that. I don't know, but they would have to turn over all the evidence. I mean, because that's what they use in court during
Yeah,
the
well, what,
trial is the evidence, and the defense has to be able to you know
but
know
specifically
the
they
evidence.
say there's no evidence in the car or in his house or
Well, I
no
mean, the
DNA for them.
the state has already
But
said that they turned all of that over
yeah, they've turned
regarding the car and all of that over to the defense. So the defense would know that there's no DNA in the car, house, apartment, or his office.
that's right, and they've shared that publicly.
Right.
But if
it's not really being shared publicly, it's being shared before the court, and those court papers are just getting put onto a public website for all of us to be able to use.
Okay.
Hey, Scarlett. Major John goes to court tomorrow.
How did I miss that?
I'm gonna have to look back in my notebook to see what it's for, but I think it's preliminary. No, it can't be preliminary hearing already. I don't know what it's for. I forgot, but I looked it up and I can't find anywhere to watch it except for from the government website itself, and you have to get permission in order to play it. And of course, it's too late for that. But yeah. So I'm gonna have to wait and see if Court TV or somebody has it in order for me to share it. You know what I mean? But yeah, he does have court tomorrow.
Okay, wait. When is his preliminary has already been scheduled?
Is it tomorrow? Because that's what I thought it was for preliminary hearing. It said preliminary hearing and preliminary conference or something.
Okay, so his preliminary hearing witness and exhibit list has been put out to the it's on the website. And then there's an order for a non-dissemination. So that is on there.
So does it say what he goes for tomorrow?
Let's see. Notice of appearance. Okay, so notice of appearance, request for timely preliminary hearing, motion for bond reduction, and notice of hearing. No, that's from his attorney. Where the hell is this notice of hearing? Where is it? So he goes, his preliminary conference and a preliminary hearing tomorrow. His conference is at 8:30 in the morning, and the hearing is tomorrow at 1:30.
That's what I thought.
Shit's moving quick.
I know, because I was like, wait, this just happened. Is it really? I knew I read that, but I was like, could it be another case I'm thinking of?
Yeah, they came out within like a few days and said that they're not going to seek the death penalty on him.
Yep.
And he's charged with the same exact crimes that Bryan Kohberger is charged with: 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary.
Yep. And you know what else? Judge keeps bringing up the Daybell trial, but I noticed he did say something wrong about it, but I'm not going to say that. However, I hope he's not going to be a judge boy.
I hope not.
That's what I kept thinking when he was bringing up the Daybell trial as, explaining, reasonings that he's making. I was like, please don't be another judge. I keep wanting to say Judge Boyce.
Yeah. And yeah, the Major John Kaler is the guy who was also in Idaho that murdered his 4 neighbors.
Do we know any background on that guy yet?
I haven't looked into him. Just kind of like just the basics of the case. Um, but for some reason, like the case is moving super fast.
Because his background is being impatient, waiting for law enforcement to do their job. So he did it on his own and he confessed to it. And
Like
so
he did it and then took the weapon, put it in his vehicle, got his phone, called 911 and told them, I just murdered 4 people. And there's already a police record showing that him and his wife had to call the police out there because of what the neighbor's son had done in front of his wife and his minor daughters. He exposed himself in front of them.
And that's why he killed them, because law enforcement took too long to. They
didn't do anything.
They sent a report to the DA for the DA to charge him, and the process took longer than the guy wanted it to, apparently. And I mean, he was really upset. The dude, exposed his genitals to his minor daughters while they were playing outside, and his wife for that. And he was just very, very angry. And, I guess just it happened.
Yeah. So, and that's probably the reason why it's moving so quickly and why they're not seeking the death penalty on his case, even though it's the same exact charges as Bryan Kohberger, is because he called in and admitted and confessed to doing it. And there was already issues with these people in that situation before.
Maybe that's why. I didn't even think about that, Scarlett.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the only thing I could think of is, that's the reason why they decided not to do it. And it could have been like, okay, we're not going to go for the death penalty, but you've confessed, you called in, and we have 911 call. So if you get up and you plead guilty to this, then we won't seek the death penalty. And it could have been a thing like that. I need to dig into that case a little bit more as well.
By the time you're able to dig into it, it's going to be over at this rate.
What it seems like, honestly. It's moving super, super fast.
And it only happened like 2 weeks ago, no more than 3 weeks ago.
It was the 15th. Yeah, it was the 15th because the 13th is when they had to call the police out there. Okay, wait. Is somebody causing drama in the chat?
Yeah, Hollis.
All right. Hollis, you're more than welcome to stay in here, but I'm not going to have people coming into my chat and being disrespectful to people over here.
Boz Maka, do you know Kellogg, Idaho? Maybe you can come let us know what's going on over there. Because they said the Smith family owns the whole town.
Okay. Hold on. Hollis, you are now blocked. I literally just said you are not coming in my chat, being disrespectful to the people here. And you just keep on and on and on. So you are now blocked. Nobody cares about you being a SAG member. Oh my God. Is it a full moon? I think it's a full moon today.
It actually, I think it is supposed to be tomorrow or something like that.
Yep.
Maybe on the 4th. I can't remember, but there is one on the rising, so to speak.
I'm just going to say this now, y'all. If y'all have problems with anybody else in another chat, please keep it in that chat. Okay? And I'm not saying anybody in here is bringing it to my chat. No, Stevie, you're fine. You wasn't doing anything wrong. Okay? But people coming in here attacking people who were in here and not doing anything, as Stevie was not, I'm not going to put up with. So, Stevie, you have nothing to be sorry for because you didn't do anything wrong.
We're sorry that they attacked you. I don't know who that person is. I've never seen them before.
They've never been in my chat before. They literally sit there for 5 minutes because I have it on subscribers mode for 5 minutes to come in and talk shit to Stevie. It's fucking childish, and I'm over it. People need to grow the hell up and quit acting like a bunch of damn preschoolers. Seriously.
We know Scarlett's had it when she's throwing that word around.
And I don't mean to do it, but it's ridiculous. Like, we are adults here, I thought. This is E-Man. It's ridiculous. I mean, Stevie's literally not even, he's in here, he's hanging out with us, he's having adult conversations with people in our chat and has not done anything wrong, and people want to come in here and attack him, and I'm not having it.
Well, he's a regular. Like, don't come in here as a newbie and then attack a regular who's been here. He's been here since before me, I think.
He's been in here for a while. Flipping ridiculous is what it is.
So yeah, Stone Gator. I've always thought that he might be involved in some way, whether it's knowing or unknowing. And I feel like because of the things that I mentioned, that it might have been unknowing. But you weren't here for it. But I did present a theory, straight theory, which actually ended up being also someone else's opinion on a different channel at about the exact same time, ironically. But and I don't think that I'm probably the first person that's maybe even ever thought of it, but you know, what if his alibi and the exculpatory evidence are one and the same? And what if he came there with his phone maybe dead, didn't have the charger? I don't know who doesn't have a charger in their car, but if they have one. But you know, what if he was picking someone up there and brought them back in the morning and maybe got them out of harm's way for all we know, you know? Because there's, you know, the one problem that I've had with this theory of mine, I guess, or, you know, in the ether, so to speak, is a car speeding away at 420 or whatever. You know, I don't know. Yeah. But like, he's coming back at 9:17 a.m. and allegedly from the defense in court documents, I believe, they state that the exculpatory evidence is unique to Bethany's experience.
Right. So yeah, I thought they said that Bethany had the exculpatory evidence, no?
Yeah, that in her statements that were taken by law enforcement in her several interviews, more than one apparently, there is some testimony to that effect, apparently. And it hasn't been refuted by the prosecution, and as far as we know, no one's been censured for entering you know, conspiracy theories, I guess. So I mean, it hasn't been refuted. Whether or not they actually ever met and did a secondary interview off the record as they had agreed to, we don't really know that one way or the other. I personally feel like a grand jury might have put a quick end to all that, and then considering the gag order, we might not know about that, but we don't really know. They might have had that interview, they might have not had that interview, but whatever it is that they're chattering about, must exist in the testimony that she's given. And we don't know what that is, and they've asked for more time for an alibi demand. And so I feel like it's maybe possible. You know, it might not seem like it, but maybe it is. And so I don't understand how that still has him in the box, other than the fact that if your alibi isn't worth anything if it isn't an established one. You know what I mean? So like, if that's his alibi, then it's probably not the greatest one in the world, unless they, like, what corroborates all that. You know what I mean? Like, maybe if I don't know, maybe if there's some text or something like that. But so yeah, I don't know. I mean, if that was all true, I could see maybe he wouldn't be in the box that he's in still too. So I don't really know, but there's got to be an answer to all that, and looking stupid, in my opinion. Like, there's got to be an answer to that, and it's not just I don't know. I don't think it's just book smart versus street smart. Not without any DNA of the victims anywhere. Nothing was retrieved in the warrant, and if it was, then I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe there might be the possibility that someone got censured and we don't know about that, but I don't know. It doesn't seem very likely to me. I think that if there, I think we'd probably know about it, or it would at least be getting shot down in the news or something like that.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't wait for the trial to start, but I honestly don't think it's going to start in October.
Same.
I really
I'm
don't.
thinking next year.
Yep.
I have a question, Scarlett.
Okay.
Are you going to cover this case until trial?
The Kohberger case?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what? No.
What if it's next year?
I don't give a shit. I'm okay. If the trial can be live streamed, I'm live streaming the trial. I've done put a notice out. I've done. Oh, you're talking about like, I mean, if there's stuff coming out, like as far as like court documents and stuff like that, yeah, I'm going to talk about all that. I am going to start talking about some other cases as well as we go along.
Okay.
But I've done put a notice out to my family that once this trial starts, and if it can be live streamed, don't ask me to help do nothing. I ain't going nowhere during that time. I don't care if it lasts 6 months. For whatever the length amount of time that this trial is, I'm going to be sitting in front of my computer. So I didn't put the notice in. So
she said, I done put a notice into my family. Yo, that's something serious right there.
I did it. I told them all. I was like, the case, I don't, because like I said, it's scheduled to start October, but I don't think it's going to start. But whenever it starts, I mean, if it's not live streamed, there's nothing I can do about that. And I can just talk about it that night. But if it's live streamed, I'm not going nowhere. I've been on this case since the beginning of it.
Well, I know you're going to do the trial, silly. Yeah. However, I didn't know if you were going to stay on this case till trial or go to another case.
Oh,
but
no, I'm gonna start. I do need to do some of the Major John Kaler stuff just because it's also in Idaho. I don't know what's going on in Idaho, but yeah, I need to do it. Once Chad's stuff starts popping off, I'm going to do his. I want to do the Chad Dorman stuff, but I may do that on my other channel, like I said, just because of the PCA. It's very graphic, the PCA. And It's a very tragic case, if that makes sense. So I may do that one on my other channel.
If Brian's trial doesn't start October 2nd, Alexi Treviso's start October 2nd. The hospital bathroom.
Oh, yes. I forgot about that one.
Well,
I
that
didn't forget because if they're both live stream, I'm doing both. I do not care if I do one in the morning and one at night. It's happening.
Yeah. I forgot about that one.
that October date is within. There's a short grace period. I think it was like 1 month, maybe, or something,
Mm-hmm.
which gives each side like 2 weeks extra if they ask for it, and then I believe the judge can. The judge has a little bit of leeway on time, but that speedy trial date's pretty cement, actually, unless the defense asks for it.
Well, another thing, Brad, what about this is that if they have to reschedule, they're not going to reschedule it in between the holidays. That's why they set it for October, I think. So it wouldn't run into the holidays. So therefore, it won't be scheduled until next year. And we already have Chad starting April 1st.
Which is going to be held in Boise. So if this one gets a change of venue, which I honestly think that Ann Taylor's going to ask for, Bryan Kohberger's is more than likely going to get moved to Boise as well.
Okay, I
Yeah,
have a question.
Okay.
If they have and please don't laugh at me, if they have the trial in Boise, they pull the jury from Boise, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's the
Oh,
whole.
well,
Yeah, that would
absolutely.
be the whole point of them moving it to like doing that whole change of venue was to pull the jury pool from a different location.
I said don't laugh at me, and you did laugh at me.
I wasn't laughing.
You sure wasn't laughing with me, so you were laughing at me for it.
I didn't start laughing until you said about not laughing.
It's okay. I just wanted to make sure I was right. Y'all can all laugh
You were
at
right.
me. It's not like I can punch you on the throat or something.
And I'm just saying Boise just because of it being a large city compared to, I don't know how big Coeur d'Alene is or any other large cities in Idaho. It could very well be moved to somewhere else in Idaho. I'm just saying Boise.
Isn't that the capital?
I don't know.
Maybe it is the biggest city. I don't know. I'll have to Google that. But Rexburg went to Idaho. Okay, is Idaho like central or like what area of the state is it?
What, Boise? It's like the southern part, right? One juror says my hotel is not in Boise. One juror, you may have to get your hotel moved to a different part.
Out of the whole state, you mean? You don't want a hotel room in Idaho, period.
No, because he's got a hotel for the trial. He's already got.
Wonder matter, you going to the trial?
Yeah, he said that a while back. He's
I
already got
don't
his
pay attention
reservations
to
made.
Wonder matters ever. Wait, but I might have to now. Hold up, where he said that at?
Yeah, he said that like a long time ago, like several weeks ago, that he scheduled he got a room and everything for the trial.
So how do you know where the trial's gonna be at? If you have a room already. I'm just messing with you, Wonder matters. You know, I'm messing with you from the perplexed days, sorry.
Okay, so Boise is the capital. Coeur d'Alene is much smaller than Boise. Okay, and see, that's why I was just saying Boise, just because it's a larger city. It would be probably easier for them to pull a jury from there. I think we're upsetting because we're talking about getting a change of venue.
Wait, I have a question for real. Wonder, how do you request to attend the trial if it's like limited people? I'm only asking because I need to know for Arizona. Or is it
You
different in each state? What do I do? Contact the
you
Contact the court.
courtroom?
yeah,
The
you'll
judge?
they should have I think when Lori had her trial in Idaho, if I'm not mistaken, Nate Eaton said that there was a thing that you could go to on the court, was it the courthouse website or the court's website, and you could put in a thing for a seat, and like they went up, like they ran out in like, was it like a minute or two?
Do they announce when they're doing it? Or do you just have to first come first serve and hope that you're one of them?
I think Lori's, they did it every day. Like every afternoon after court, they did it on a daily basis.
Oh, that's why Hidden True Crime couldn't get a ticket at one day, huh?
I
Because
don't
I heard
know.
her say she couldn't get a ticket for one day.
That might have been
So
why. I know
Wonder
Nate Eaton was in there every day. He was able to get one every day.
Matters, are you automatically approved for every day, or do you have to ask again for every day like the other one, like Lori? Do you know each day? Yeah, okay. Thank you. I was just wondering. Man, I even have a place to stay in Phoenix, y'all.
So yeah, all you would have to worry about then is just getting in there every day, or
Yep,
getting
I could.
into the, if they have like an overflow room.
Yep, because I have a place to stay for free. I don't have to get a hotel or anything, so that's cool. I just have to get, like, be able to get in.
Paula, have a good night, honey. I'm not far behind you.
I'm going to
Oh,
exit out of this live chat.
Okay, Kitty, thank you
Okay.
so much for coming up.
Thanks for having me up.
Oh, you're welcome.
Bye, Kenny. Thank you for
Bye,
the
Kenny.
information.
Yeah, have a good night, Kenny. Nice meeting you.
Not all.
Holy guacamole, you've been on for 5 hours. I know you probably want to go, so I'm going to drop also. But I want to thank everybody for the chat, and I'm so glad I'm back. Bye.
Have a good night, Stone Gator. Oh, don't forget
Yes.
to send me the information too.
Oh, yeah, because I did forget. Okay.
Yeah, you can
Bye.
email it to
Good
me
night.
or
It was
whatever.
good to see
Have a
you.
good night.
You too, Brett. Bye.
All right.
Okay, night all.
All right,
Bye-bye.
Tony, have a good night.
Well, I suppose I won't make this Minnesota goodbye, even though I'm in Minnesota right now. I was born and raised in California, and Minnesota goodbyes aren't my thing. But yeah, God bless everyone, and have a good 4th of July weekend.
Oh, yeah, you
And
too. Well, thank you for coming up, though.
oh, thanks for having me. I definitely appreciate it, and it's good to like shoot the thoughts around. It's healthy, I think.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's a good conversation.
Yeah. All right.
All right, well, have a good
Till
night.
next time. You too.
All right, thank you.
Bye now.
All right, bye. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here as well. It is almost 4 o'clock. It's like 10 till 4. Let's see. Mariah, have a good night. All right, I'm about to get out, y'all. I love you all. Make sure that y'all hit the thumbs up on your way out. Bullets here. I'm gonna drop real quick. Our night bottle drop my my other channel link. It's called Sweet Tea and Chat. I may change the name on it. I don't know yet. I've thought about it. Lady Claymore, have a good night, honey, and thank you. But there is the link to it. If y'all have not subbed up to it, please do so. Because I am going to start working on some stuff over there. I don't know if I'm going to make it into a full true crime channel or not, but I do think I'm going to go over the Chad Dorman case over there instead of on this channel. Yes, Mara, I'll be here tomorrow night. Seemed like you really could have. I think it's okay. All right. So, but yeah, if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, please do so on your way out. Thank you, Kenny. Let's see. Stevie, have a good night. All right. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will see y'all tomorrow night. Okay, Stonegator, go to Twitter, and I'll talk to you over there about it real quick. Sorry about that. No, Gina Marie, I told you, girl, you ain't got nothing to be sorry about. You or Stevie, neither one, because neither one of y'all did anything. Okay, so don't worry about it. It's not y'all's fault. Liza, have a good night. All right, I love y'all, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow.